You have to stop. You have to stop. Again, we have to stop. Distinguished delegates, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. My name is Aziz Al-Bahri, and I'm a senior economist at FAO's Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. And I'm very pleased today to welcome you all to the 1000 Digital Village Initiative Knowledge Sharing and Policy Dialogue. Today's event is made up of two parts. First, an expert roundtable for 2 hours, which is starting now. And after 1 hour break, we will reconvene for the high-level ministerial segment at 14 hours Bangkok time. Before we start formally, before we commence the proceedings, may I just remind the participants of a few usual reminders for Zoom practices for this webinar. First, please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. And also the chat function is not active in this webinar. Rather, you have a Q&A box for writing your questions. When you are speaking, if possible, remove your mask and then replace it when you are finished. In order to see the speaker full screen, please remember to select speaker view instead of gallery view, which is in the upper right corner of your Zoom screen. And finally, if you have any technical questions or queries, please send us an email at rap-dvi@fao.org. We will monitor this email regularly and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. So without further ado, let's commence with the formal meeting. And I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Jongjin Kim, the Assistant Director General and FAO Regional Representative for Asia and the Pacific, to deliver his welcome and opening remarks. Mr. Kim, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of FAO and the Regional Office for Asia and Pacific, let me extend a warm welcome to you to this regional webinar on 1000 Digital Village Initiative, Knowledge Sharing and Policy Dialogue. The application of digital technologies in food and agriculture sectors are reshaping our agri-food transformation across the Asia-Pacific region. This digitalization is happening very quickly and for the most part to great effect. In the past, there simply wasn't the infrastructure in rural areas to maintain connectivity. But thanks to the advent of so-called smartphones and 4G or now 5G mobile technology, coupled with the widespread installation of cellular towers in rural areas, internet access is reaching into the most remote rural communities. This expansion has resulted in countless opportunities to help address chronic problems in rural areas such as poverty, malnutrition, and inequality. From farmers to fishers and herders, digital technologies are increasingly relied upon to help transform and enhance livelihoods for hundreds millions of people in this and other regions each day. We see digital technologies at use on the ground for irrigation or a smartphone in the hands of herders checking the weather forecast. We see digital actions in the sky in the form of agricultural drones and on fishing boats searching for the best place to cast a net. This paradigm shift offers us great hope to get this region and the world back on track to achieve 2030 SDG goals. While this digital revolution sweeping across rural communities holds out great promise, not everyone is benefiting equally. Indeed, in some cases, digital technologies can actually be disruptive or lead to unintended consequences by widening, not reducing the digital divide if their implementation result in a loss of decent work. So this aspect needs to be addressed, and it is in everyone's interest to do so. By investing in an enabling environment that provides equal access to advances in digital innovations, we can ensure the benefits of rural digitalization are enjoyed more broadly. At the end of the day, the ultimate goal is to make things better for everyone. But I know that the policymakers in FAO's member states across this region understand that the added value of digitalization of agriculture, fisheries, and forestry, and they already see the economic benefit of digitalization of rural areas in bringing to their nations and people. Today, we will witness and learn about many good examples of rural digitalization that our member nations have already implemented. The objective of sharing fire and the scale of digitalization in 1,000 villages, towns, and rural communities worldwide. Because a digital village is necessarily a small place. It is a concept, one that is inclusive, operational, country-led, and fit for purpose to deliver solid benefit to all people. Chu Dongyu has launched the 1,000 Digital Village Initiative to bring together good examples of inclusive digital village technologies and consider ways FAO can further such knowledge exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, the move to accelerate implementation of digital technologies equitably across the region's rural area couldn't come at a more important time. The global pandemic has hit our rural communities disproportionately.
Maximo, you have the floor. Over to you.
Can you hear me? Because
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed. Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. As all of you know, the world is in a very difficult and different situation like it was 7 years ago when it committed to the goal of ending hunger, food insecurity, and all forms of malnutrition by 2030. We are facing a choke today, not only of the pandemic, the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also climate change. And the war in Ukraine has come to exacerbate even more the situation we are facing and the vulnerabilities of our agri-food system and the global consequences of local disruptions. If the world is at a critical juncture, what can be done to help build forward is essential. And here is where we believe that digital technologies could be one of the tools to help this process of transformation of our agri-food systems. Digital technologies have a key role to play in our efforts to make agri-food systems more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. Digital innovation holds capabilities to bridge the rural divide, increase the resilience of rural areas, and empower youth and women to access information, technology, and markets. FAO has the unique ability to utilize the considerable synergies that exist between key data, information, and knowledge provided by its knowledge products and digital tools. We have introduced a number of initiatives that help us to translate this vision into concrete support and delivery of our members. The first one, and the one we are talking today, is the one that 1,000 Digital Villages initiative that FAO is currently developing across the world. The initiative aims to convert villages across the world into digital hubs to support the acceleration of the rural agri-food system transformation and to reduce the digital gap, including the gender and rural divide. So the goal is to create a transformation of digital technologies through these digital hubs that are inclusive. And that's why we refer to the reduction of the digital gap, including the gender and rural divide. In these 1,000 Digital Villages, we have a very clear concept. From the perspective of agricultural production, it refers to the e-agriculture, which focus on improving the productivity by using ICTs and relevant digital solutions, for example, climate-smart agriculture, precision agriculture, and intelligent facility agriculture. From the perspective of the farmer lives, it refers to digital farm services, which focus on how to enhance farmers' accessibility to different kinds of social and economic services in terms of financial services, social protection, and employment. And finally, from the perspective of the village, it refers to digital services to support rural transformation, which focus on how to enhance the delivery of public services on health, education, jobs, welfare, tourism, such as ecotourism and agritourism. Digital villages and rural tourism can be engines to increase resilience, diversify incomes of farmers, and to build back better. FAO is working with many partners to develop rural digital inclusion initiatives on the ground, aiming to bring innovation much closer to the needs of small-scale farmers through enabling policies, enhancing capacities, increasing affordability, and improving infrastructure in the 3 dimensions I mentioned before. In every region, FAO has been building the grounds for its implementation by supporting several countries across the region in developing national digital agricultural strategies. We are also assisting several member countries in designing, developing, and deploying foundational e-government solutions for agriculture. This marks the first step to align public efforts towards the delivery of meaningful services and data to people in rural areas and promote bottom-up technology-driven innovations. In Europe, for example, and Central Asia, FAO is developing a digital villages readiness assessment to identify the villages that have the best potential to be transformed into these digital villages. The tool will be piloted with countries' offices and will strengthen the e-agriculture strategy work as it will provide an assessment and methodology for rural areas going beyond the agricultural sector. In Africa, 7 countries have been selected to be part of the pilot in Africa. FAO has conducted the scoping assessments on the implementation of the initiative, and 30 villages or clusters of villages have been selected. In Asia, pilot activities are underway in 10 countries in 2021, and FAO has developed a digital villages platform where over 100 digital villages will be designated for potential development and government support to be officially launched the 27th of June of 2022, which is today. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 52 villages oriented towards agrotourism located in 14 countries in the region benefit from the initiative. 2022 has also seen the organization of an online course of audiovisual tools of digital marketing, registering 233 participants. The course aims to provide knowledge about the production of videos for social networks and web pages, enabling better dissemination and promotion of tourism ventures. Building on this, the initiative is kick-starting a virtual community this month, and the purpose is to create a space in which members of rural tourism experiences generate contact with each other, sharing examples of successful digitalization implemented in their enterprises, sharing useful information on national and local programs that can support the tourism business, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, digital technologies are a driving force towards the transformation of our agri-food systems and achieving the global goals. The Digital Villages Initiative can help to bridge the rural digital divide and accelerate the progress towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life, leaving no one behind. Thank you for this expert roundtable, which is essential to the delivery and upscaling of the digitalization initiatives for inclusive rural transformation. Thank you very much for being here. Now, with this, let's move for the first expert roundtable. And we have 5 speakers. Each speaker presentation has a time limit of 7 minutes. The speakers can upload their own presentation. If there are difficulties, the Secretariat will play them for the speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Asif El-Beheri, Senior Economist at FAO. His presentation is entitled A Digital Village Ecosystem Approach to Rural Digitalization with Applications in Asia. Mr. Asif, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maximo. Good morning, colleagues, again. So for this short presentation, I will focus on one of the aspects of the Digital Village Initiative from Asia Pacific and describe very briefly digital village ecosystem approach we are currently piloting in a number of countries in Asia. So a very brief introduction to the Digital Village Initiative, just to set the context. And then I will describe how this digital village ecosystem assessment is generated and being implemented in Asia with a few country illustrations, because we're short of time, we will limit it to Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Thailand, but also very briefly. And as you will see in today's event, you will have other opportunities to learn about the Digital Village Initiative and its various components throughout the day. So by the end of the day, you will have a more fuller picture. So to start, basically to reiterate, what are some of the key points highlighted by Assistant Director General? The main outcome of the Digital Village Initiative is to facilitate digitalization for rural and agri-food transformation. That is our primary goal. Under that, the guiding metrics will be to evaluate these digital innovations from the perspective of inclusiveness, affordability, and sustainability. And the 4 principles also outlined by our ADG include that our approach is we go with a country-led, country-generated, demand-based work, people-centered or user-centered evaluation of these technologies, and the design should be flexible and adaptable according to countries' contexts and conditions, as no single solution fits all. In terms of what the Digital Village Initiative is going to deliver from our regional perspective, we identified 3 main areas. One is the support to digital agricultural strategies, including digital village strategies. Second is development and dissemination and sharing of tools and approaches to facilitate digitalization. And the third is to facilitate through a platform, knowledge sharing and exchange of experiences, of which today's event is one part, and the DVI platform to be shown this afternoon will be the main highlight. From that perspective, we have basically designed a robust approach to generating the basic information in order to evaluate the potentiality for digital innovations at the village or at the at the particular network or a value chain or a community. And this framework or this approach basically takes into account the digital readiness of the locality or the village currently and identify opportunities for development, including basic infrastructure, demand for digital services from the user's perspective, opportunities for supply as well as service provision to enable these innovations to take hold, as well as economic sustainability and local ownership. These are the criteria that guided the development of this tool, which is basically a suite of surveys designed at a village level and custom tailored to different users and different cohorts, mostly three types. One is the users and beneficiaries as a one group, whether it be farmers, fisher folks, livestock, entrepreneur, women, youth, rural residents, or developers and service providers as another category, as well as the enablers and local leaders and government authorities. So these surveys were basically offered and being implemented in different countries according to the context and according to the demand, as was stated earlier. So even though we are applying the same survey in 10 countries, the starting point or the justification differ from country to country. So for example, in Pakistan, we are using this instrument to identify a site for a smart village pilot, which will then include all of the elements of a functioning digital ecosystem to be piloted and later on to be scaled up with government support. In Sri Lanka, prior to the crisis, the need they felt was to develop e-extension and online marketing. And this tool is being used to generate the basic information over 10 villages in order to build a roadmap for this last mile investment. And each other country has a different starting point for why this tool could be useful to them. For the shortness of time, I will limit my illustration to 3 countries, starting with Bangladesh, a country where FAO is already supporting farmers organizations with digital services. And under the Digital Village Initiative, this assessment approach is zeroing on 10 digital villages out of 55 currently supported to identify options to expand digital services to farmers, groups, and villages through the virtual call centers that FAO helped design. Another application of this tool in Bangladesh is to survey 500 rural women over 20 villages in order to investigate the need for gender and digital inclusion with recommendations for things like digital literacy and investment in gender-sensitive digital services. The second example comes from Indonesia, another country where FAO is supporting the development of e-agriculture strategy with the Ministry of Agriculture, within the Digital Village Initiative and in collaboration with IPB University, and given the dynamic development of digital startup in Indonesia, implementing or piloting a range of innovations across many villages, our approach started with a digital landscape assessment, basically analyzing 100 innovations over 138 villages. And then from there, we picked a sample of villages which are a little bit on a middle range of readiness, 20 villages in West Java, to implement this instrument, to analyze the digital ecosystems on these technologies and identify gaps and make recommendations for either deepening or expanding or scaling up these innovations. And we are focusing on West Java. Our primary target is local and provincial authorities, fisher groups, and technology developers. What you see below are samples or examples of 3 villages among the 20 that we are analyzing. And this afternoon, we will also present a video giving you a more vivid storyline about how these innovations are taking place on the ground. And the third example is from Thailand. Again, another story, another entry point. Thailand is actively promoting smart technologies in agri-food and rural communities through the financial support of the Digital Economy Promotion Agency, DEPA. And in collaboration with DEPA and the Ministry of Agriculture, FAO has identified 10 villages where these innovations are being piloted, and in partner or collaboration with the Kazakhstan University, we're implementing this assessment tool to analyze the digital ecosystem around these technologies and come up with recommendations for DEPA to enhance their support and expand their piloting and going beyond piloting. Again, you see 3 examples from 2 villages, which will be highlighted this afternoon when we present the DVI platform. Because of a shortness of time, I will stop here and just basically conclude with few main takeaway messages. We know in our region that digital innovations for agri-food and farming are multiplying, but beside pilots, adoption by farmers and rural residents of these innovations remain low, which indicates there are still gaps or obstacles that need to be looked at. And these also indicate that digitalization, which is a lengthy and multi-stage process, requires more than just promoting or pushing technologies, but rather embracing the whole digital ecosystem at whatever scale we conceive of it, at the network level, at the organization level, or at the village or community level. With that in mind, we have designed this instrument, which we currently are implementing or piloting over several countries. It is being tested through village level surveys in 10 countries under various country contexts, different entry points, different aims, and follow-up options. The data is being collected currently, and we hope that by September, we will have completed the data collection, and we will organize a regional technical workshop to showcase the results from various countries and draw the lessons on the methodology and on the experiences from the villages analyzed. Again, this afternoon with the DVI platform and other presentation, you will get the other aspects that the Digital Village Initiative from our region is implementing. With that, I yield back to you, Maximo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ziv. And please, if you can stop your screen sharing. A very interesting presentation of what is being done at FAO with the digital villages. Our next speaker is Mr. Pramesh Shah, lead rural development expert of the World Bank. Mr. Shah will present on digital open data platforms and their role in digitalization in agriculture, lessons from initiatives in Kenya and elsewhere. Mr. Pramesh Shah, the floor is yours, please. You have 7 minutes.
Thanks a lot, Maximo, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at this event. I will be sharing with you today our experiences over the last 3 years on a million farmer platform in Kenya for transforming agriculture and food systems through data-driven digital agriculture innovations in Kenya. If you look at Kenya, Kenya has a very vibrant ecosystem of the AgTech innovators and FinTech innovators, including the M-Pesa system. When we started working in Kenya, we thought it will be important to use the digital innovations and AgTech entrepreneurship, which is already existing in Kenya. And so we looked at what's happening in Kenya. Now, I'll give you an example of what kind of a farmer we were working with. Valentine Baraza is a banana farmer in Trans Nzoia County in Nyakunya village, and she is a member of a banana producer organization. And I'm just telling you that through digital technologies, her sales volume has increased 150% from 7.2 to 18 metric tons. Sales volume has increased from $720 to $2,945, and market price for her bananas has increased 63% from 11 shillings to 18 shillings per kg. So this is the potential of what happens when digital technologies are used with smallholders and women farmers in Kenya. How did this change happen? She is working with the innovator, AgTech innovator Shamba, which provides market access and digital extension service to farmers using a range of solutions: interactive voice services, virtual call center, SMS, an application. And Shamba currently works with 68,000 smallholder farmers and 400,000 acres of land and about 90 farmer cooperatives. It is not just one innovation, as Aziz was also talking about. There are 24 AgTech startups and innovators providing different data-driven digital agriculture solutions and services. Now, these were harvested by Ministry of Agriculture through an innovation challenge in which 24 AgTech startups innovators were selected to provide different kinds of solutions, including DigiCow, which was providing Uberized veterinary services to all the livestock holders, including 50% women livestock holders. Hello Tractor, which was Uberizing farm mechanization and making sure tractors and mechanization is available to small holders. Digital Green providing video-based extension services. AgroCares providing IoT soil scanners. And Sun Culture providing solar-powered irrigation. True Trade providing market access and prices. And AgriWallet providing supply chain finance. And Acre Africa providing weather index-based crop livestock insurance. Smallholders require a range of services and products. And if you just provide them one solution, it's not going to be enough. So it is important to provide a range of bundled solutions to smallholders and provide an ecosystem. Now, all these people are working through counties, 45 counties in Kenya. And we are expecting that these AgTech startups will provide these services to 1 million farmers. They have already reached 350,000 farmers in last 2 years, and it's expected. Muted me?
Now we can hear you. Sorry, please proceed.
Yeah. Now, how does this happen? It requires an ecosystem. So you can see behind all these innovations is a data and digital interventions. There's a big data center run by Ministry of Agriculture, which brings weather data, price data, crop data, soil data, transaction data, and makes it available to both the counties as well as to innovators. Because otherwise the innovators spend a lot of time collecting data and they can't spend time on products and services. So investment in data is very important. Micro weather observatories, climate change is very prominent. So weather observatories which combine satellite data and digitized weather observatories in various locations, including the locust warning response systems, farmers digital registry, geotagged, digital food balance sheet, Million Farmers platform, e-voucher system, and digitizing producer organizations. So I think data and innovation have to go hand in hand in order to build this ecosystem together. And then if we go further, I think it's about developing the innovation ecosystem in Kenya. We have Kenya government creating an Kenya Agriculture Transformation Office. They have a chief technology officer. There really institutional innovation is required in every ministry to make this transformation. There are Microsoft technology company, and then African Development Bank, Agra, Rabobank. It requires a whole village and ecosystem to make it happen. What World Bank has done, that all the investments we are making, about $650 million in Kenya, have at least 20% of that is being made in data and digital. So it's like about $100 million is being invested in all the programs there. Now, coming back on how this should be, we are taking this globally from Kenya to about 45 other countries. There are three parts. One is developing the startup and innovation ecosystem. Second is developing the data ecosystem. And third is the institutional innovation in governments and for public-private partnership. These three things have to go together to develop the digital innovation ecosystem. And together, we are trying to work with FAO and many other colleagues globally on a global food system data observatory, and then innovation accreditation facility, and then also supporting investments in national data platforms, incubators, and accelerators. So we hope that when we look at the Digital Village initiative, which FAO is doing, I think we need a lot of proof of concept in many countries to show how these various actors who normally don't come together with Ministry of Agriculture and farmer organizations on data innovation should come together. So I think if you need more information, you have this, a lot of this information is available at the Open Learning Campus website of the World Bank and a website on digital agriculture. We look forward to your questions and working closely with FAO and other partners as we go ahead. Over to you, Maximo.
Thank you, Mr. Shah, and thank you very much for your interesting contribution, and especially to bring up the importance of data in all this process and in the ecosystem, to be able to have quality of service to farmers to generate the impact that you were showing. Thank you again. Our third presenter is Mr. Jingkun Wang, a professor of Peking University and director of China Center of Agricultural Policy. Mr. Wang will give a presentation on facilitating inclusive e-commerce development in China. Mr. Wang, you have the floor.
Maximo, Mr. Wang is not yet on call, so if you may please proceed to the next speaker, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. For the fourth presentation, we have Mr. Amit Arora and Mrs. Arlina Pinot from the Rural Development Finance of the World Bank. The speakers will give a presentation on leveraging digital finance and digital service using female banking agents to deliver financial services in rural India. Please, you have the floor. And you have 7 minutes.
Are you able to see my screen?
Still, we see a dark, yes, we can see it. You need to play the slide, please.
So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So today my colleague Amit and I are going to speak to you about leveraging the potential of female banking agents to deliver gender-focused financial services in rural India. In terms of structure of the presentation, what we'll do is I'll share some background about the financial inclusion journey in India, discuss the major challenges that we see, especially in terms of the gender gap that exists. We then move to the Bank Sakhi or the female banking agent model, and then we'll share our implementation experiences, discussing what could be the way forward. So jumping into the presentation, what we saw until about 2005, the government's major push to financial inclusion was through the setup of physical brick and mortar bank branches. These had constraints. So in about 2006, the banking agent model was propounded by the Reserve Bank of India, where third-party agents were now allowed to provide basic banking services on behalf of banks. A major push towards financial inclusion was seen between the years 2010-2014, where we saw a jump in mobile phone penetration, the launch of Aadhaar or the unique ID system, and the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, which was a basic no-frills bank account for every Indian household. This kind of formed the backbone of India's digital DBT architecture. There are also two other important events that provide relevant background in this timeline. One is the launch of the National Rural Livelihoods Mission, which is one of the largest poverty reduction programs in the country. Here, the focus was on mobilizing women into credit and savings groups, which would then allow them to access institutional credit. It was under this program that the Bank Sakhi model was launched. And then lastly, we have the Aadhaar-enabled payment system, which was launched in 2016, where now digital transactions could be performed using an individual's Aadhaar ID. So despite these improvements in access to financial services, we still see challenges in terms of usage of financial services. So I won't get into too many details of these challenges, but largely some of the things that we continue to see is that exists a large gap in terms of gender gap in terms of usage of bank accounts. So despite women, having 53% of bank accounts open under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, usage remains really low. Women also tend to have lower use cases. So largely their use cases are linked to DBT withdrawals of other social security schemes. And lastly, I'll conclude this slide by pointing out that women SHGs promoted under NRLM, women largely transact in cash here, which is outside of the formal financial system. So this is a large use case for improving digital transactions. So what is the business correspondent model? So basically, it's an agent banking model propounded by the Reserve Bank of India, where now banks can provide banking services using third-party agents or individuals. Agents have either a point of sales machine or a laptop mobile attached to a biometric scanner that allows them to perform banking transactions. The introduction of this saw a large jump in coverage in terms of access to banking touchpoints in the rural space. So it jumped from about 33,000 banking touchpoints to about 1.8 million in 2021. Similarly, the bank Sakhi model is a gender-focused variant of the BC model. It's a unique community public-private partnership model that was co-created by the World Bank and the National Rural Livelihoods Mission, wherein women SHG members are now identified, trained, and deployed as banking agents. The model was launched based on learnings from a NABARD GIZ pilot, which showed that deploying SHG members as banking agents could be a good option to promote gender-focused financial inclusion in rural geographies. I'll now hand over to Amit to walk us through the operationalization of the model and what we've seen in terms of implementation on the ground.
Thanks, Alrina. As Alrina mentioned, this intervention is hosted under the larger umbrella program of Government of India Rural Development Ministry called NRLM. Incidentally, one of the chief architects of that program happens to be present here. That's Mr. Parmesh Shah, who just made another presentation now focusing on Africa. So he was one of the key leading team members who conceptualized this, and here we are. So what is this intervention about? Basically, community members, the self-help group members themselves identify one among them who could be the bank Sakhi and provide banking services using a digital device. And the training support is provided by the State Rural Livelihood Mission. The cost of the training is also borne by them. And then there is some supervision, oversight, hand-holding that is provided. The cost of devices, it could be a laptop, it could be a mobile, it could be a tablet. We have all variants, is also provided by the mission. And on top of that, for the first few months, 6 to 9 months, a financial incentive or an honorarium is also provided to these women so that they remain confident till they are able to scale up. So based on the early adoption around till 2018-19, the Government of India was enthused and they've decided to upscale this to cover all gram panchayats. One gram panchayat would be a cluster of village, and you'll show in the next. So you'll see in the next slide the progress that we have. Next one. So these banking touchpoints provide what kind of services? Basically, all basic banking services, whether it is cash in, cash out, and these are all real-time online using biometric authentication, and can be done. One bank agent can provide services for any other bank in the country, be it remittances, and any other similar facilities. This also includes instant account opening based on biometric authentication, fixed deposit, recurring deposits, eKYC based life and accidental insurance. All of this is available in a jiffy from this touch point in a matter of seconds without stepping into any bank branch. There are other value added services like mobile top ups, recharge. Very recently, we've also started with the rural assisted e-commerce platform. The same bank Sakhi from her device can order something on Amazon and any other website for a fellow villager, and this comes to her place from where she can pass it on to the villager. And we're also now getting into credit facilitation through the same network. So what has this led us to? So there are about 40,000 active female bank agents on a monthly basis doing 4 to 5 million transactions, which range between 250 to 300 million dollars. This is a monthly run rate. And I just want to highlight, these are all villages, underbanked villages within the lower income states. And because of this intervention, these women agents are able to earn anywhere between 4,000 to 5,000 Indian rupees on a monthly basis, which is considerably helpful given their own background that they come from. Next slide. So some of the variants. So we have a full service dedicated outlet where most of the banking services are provided. These are brick and mortar outlets that these women have rented, versus operations from their own home using a mobile or a lower end POS. Then the state rural livelihood missions, based on their experience, have also come up with their own variants. For example, Uttar Pradesh, one of the largest states in the country, did a procurement and invited banks to bid for this and divided the state into 6 zones. Bihar is doing more informal MOUs with large number of private sector players and playing a facilitating role. Odisha, another tribal belt state, has actually become a corporate agency for the largest bank in the country, State Bank of India, and has taken the mandate of doing last mile service delivery. Next. So what are the learnings? These are the last 2 slides. One, female agents take little more time to learn and need better training, hand-holding in the initial period. But once they are onboarded with some experience, they're as good as their male counterparts. We've also learned that they're better relationship manager because empathy comes naturally to them and they are more trustworthy. Most of them are first generation entrepreneurs, are in their mid-20s or mid-30s, mostly married, and are graduate by education. Though regulations require even a 10th or a 12th class pass could be an agent, but we find most of them are fairly well educated. The attrition level of this kind of agent network is fairly low vis-a-vis male counterparts, so they stick around longer because they value esteem, customer service, empowerment, and they also feel proud that they are now become entrepreneurs. So money is not as important while it remains important.
Please, Amit, if you can close in 1 minute, please.
I can do that. So they mainly support small ticket transactions vis-a-vis their male counterparts and focus on vulnerable section. And they have been a catalytic element in ensuring financial inclusion of women. Next slide. There was learning from the COVID. Government of India gave 3 months 500 rupees each into women accounts, which led to recurring adoption and activation of dormant accounts. That was one learning. Challenge has been biometric authentication failure, lack of suitable products and service defined for this segment, and some technological limitations in enabling transactions in the group accounts. These have been the constraint. How we are evolving further, that the same women agents are becoming last mile touch points for loan disbursements, for agri advisory services. So multiple layering is happening, and this is graduating into next level enterprise financing also. That's about it from our side. Last slide gives you an impression of the kind of geography that we work in. Can we go to the next slide? I'm over.
Thank you so much, Amit, for your joint presentation. Now, I think we already have Mr. Jinkun Wan, professor at Peking University and director of the China Center for Agricultural Policy. Mr. Wan, the floor is yours. You have 7 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was on traffic, so I was eventually able to get in. Let me share my screen. Could you see my screen now, Massimo?
Not yet. We see dark. Unless you're using multiple monitors. Okay, now we see it.
Oh, okay. So it's in full screen.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm glad to attend this important meeting. My talk is about fascinating, inclusive e-commerce development in China. Let me show you a few emerging development on ICT infrastructure in China. Let's show you how significant rising of internet and smartphone user in China both have reached. Now it's about 1 billion. And internet penetration in urban area or rural area has increasing very rapidly. And the government target in rural area try to reach 75% in the coming 2 to 3 years. Yeah. And more similar important is because rising mobile base station and 4G is really cover all country, but now it's more increasing is on 5G stations. With this rapid infrastructure development, local logistics in e-commerce also growing very fast. And this we often heard it's government program, but we also you will see in the private sector is also emerging in it over China. China have about 2,500 counties. Like the one company called China only cover more than 1,000 county. You might heard a lot about Alibaba, but indeed many other companies, Jingdong and Suning and others also have expanded the business in China, including rural areas. And of course, the government program is also fascinating this development. This is just one of government e-commerce program managed by Ministry of Commercial, Ministry of Agriculture, rural development also has own program. So see how significant growing of this e-commerce demonstration county coverage in China over time. With those development, and you see the retailer of food consumption through e-commerce in China in past 6 years, increasing also rapidly. Now, if I update here 2020, I would say 1/3 of consumption food in China is through e-commerce. And this is not only in urban area, but in rural area also increasing. I did not update 2020, but if update 2020 last year, 21 and last year, it's about 12% of rural food product is through e-commerce. But with this significant increase in e-commerce in China, question is raised is, have farmers benefited from this e-commerce development? And I did a study in e-commerce village in Shandong and Zhejiang and other provinces. Here, I give you example. For example, we did a number of commodity, apple, peach, and other fruits. This is show you if a farmer engaged selling e-commerce apple for grade 1, they can sell per kg more than 2 yuan. But in same place, same village, same grade, they only can sell 1.28 yuan. The difference in price is 81 cents. Of course, e-commerce have much higher marketing costs, right? Per kg here is 66 cents. And if on offline, you move to shift to product to wholesale market, the cost is only 14 cents. So difference is 52. But farmer selling on e-commerce per kg can get 29 cents. What does it mean? This is about 23% of price and selling in to wholesalers. And we know in our product Soviet area, farmer selling 1.28 yuan, they deduct the production cost, the profit is only about 0.1 to 0.2 yuan. So farmer income can triple increase, which needs business. And see, same result from peach, great others. But general conclusion is farmer gains significantly by selling their product through e-commerce. But in not all products, high value product can get much better, also better quality. And it also can facilitate the farmer to produce high quality commodity, great commodity. And that's looking like a good story. But the question is, we seen earlier I saw you the 1/3 of food commodity in China now selling online is on the platform. But how farmer in e-commerce when he's selling the product, I see the marketing channel for major food commodity we sell it for farmer selling the e-commerce. We found the platform in China increasing very rapidly. Earlier I saw you, but farmer did not use this platform. Then have to pay and have other registration and other things. Indeed, a website. You just using the phone, right? For this is a key marketing chain for farmer to increase in their selling online. On the other hand, they reduce wholesale marketing channel in their own retail marketing channel. And so this is one question. We invest huge amount in platform by private company, by government, but the farmer indeed it just benefit from on very simple website to sell the product. I would say we also saw the for those engaged in e-commerce farmer is not very inclusive. Okay, but good thing is if female engage in e-commerce, it's a morning male as if female know how to marketing it. But more important, what to mention is Chinese farmer average about 54 years old, but only few farmer, which are young farmer, they have high potential to engage e-commerce. Higher education, larger farmer have high possibility to selling the product on e-commerce. This is the other survey we based on April when in China to see basically why you engage, why you not engage. But key constraint is they don't know how to operate e-commerce or they don't have good skill to operate it. The second one is they don't have storage facility and not able to keep fresh food for a couple of days to sell in e-commerce, right? And this is let's show the training is very, very important. Well, we also seen the e-commerce in newspaper in everywhere growing very fast. Like Taobao village in China from 0 in 2013, Taobao village now it's more than 5,000, but it's only less than 1% of total China village. And again, they are not in remote area. Okay, there are some remote area, but most they are in coastal area. We did another survey to see who across province, how many farmers engage in e-commerce. By 20, I don't have time, but I go to the 2020, I just finished last year, where there are only 2% household engage in e-commerce. If they engage again or not. And but selling a car product only 0.9%, and total amount is 0.3%. So we see now the more than 10% a car product selling in online is not selling by farmer, it's selling by the platform, also big companies. So let me make a few concluding remarks. We see e-commerce has been emerging in China. Farmers significantly gain from e-commerce if they can engage in online selling. Second, however, participation rate of farmers in selling their products through e-commerce is very, very low. Those who can sell their products through e-commerce are young, more educated, and often in advanced villages in coastal, more developed regions. Farmers skill in their product better. Finally, a more inclusive development stage should be pursued, particularly farmer capacity building and local logistics infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jikun, and thank you very much for bringing this experience in e-commerce. I'm very interested to see how WeChat was a superior means for communication of farmers rather than the existing platforms. So, dear colleagues, with that, we have finished the key presentations. And now we move to the questions and answers. Please, if you have a question or an answer, please raise it in the question and answer button at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Let me start while people start to write their questions. Let me start with a few set of questions to the participants. So first, Aziz, I just wanted to check with you, what do you think, very briefly, are the necessary conditions for initiating a digital village ecosystem assessment? And what are the critical bottlenecks that you need to override to be able to start this process? Back to you, Aziz.
Thank you, Maximo. Very briefly, as I explained incompletely in my presentation, most of these cases in countries are basically demand-driven. So the assessment basically is a response to a need by a government or agency to basically carry out this assessment for a particular policy purpose. We have various examples from the countries that we are working with right now. The demand is clear. The basis for, the survey itself is generic but robust across a whole range of situations. And then once you have generated that kind of a basic information, then you can go to the next stage, which is identifying gaps or identifying opportunities for deepening interventions on existing or new digital innovations, but also learning about how to sequence the required information in order to build a fully functional ecosystem, which include the business model, which includes the capacity and awareness, and which include identifying local champions. So it's a territorial development process in a sense, but it's centered on one or several innovations with the end user in view, and bringing both the supplier and demand and enablers together. So it's a novel. It's not a novel concept, but it's a development concept at the micro level, and we will see what the results will tell us in a few months once we have finished the first round of data collection. Over to you.
Thank you, Aziz. Parmesh, you show a significant plethora of different types of digital services, like the Uber tractor or the Uber mechanisms, a lot of information to farmers extension services, and then of course the data platform that you're trying to deploy. How you bring the pieces together to the farmer so that he doesn't or she doesn't need to connect to all these different mechanisms and platforms independently? Is there any way in which this can be integrated into a common service?
I think there are three kind of preconditions. One is the aggregation itself. What we have done is we have organized a number of commodity groups, basically farmer field schools and all, where a lot of smallholders are bought into the demand creation part of it. Because unless you have effective demand, you're not going to get the supply side organized there. So there is a lot of mobilization required for aggregating the farmer demand and there. The second is, I think, as Professor from Peking was also saying, a lot of younger guys work as agripreneurs. So as a new class of agripreneurs which has emerged, which really converts this demand into an entrepreneurial content. So each of them is responsible for 300 to 400 smallholders and works on developing demand and aggregating that. So aggregation, entrepreneurship, and then finally it is the digital literacy and skills. If you don't build the digital literacy and skills in a cross section of people, you won't be able to go to the farmers there. So we have also trained a number of young people to become data analysts and data collectors, digital registration, and all that. So all the data collection is done by a younger set of entrepreneurs among the community. And so I think you need a lot of intermediation in order for digital services to reach smallholders and especially the women there. Thank you.
Thank you, Parmesh. Let me move to Amit and Alrina. what are the minimum core institutional and regulatory mechanisms that are needed to have this gender inclusive financial inclusion? So what needs to be there for this to happen and to happen in the proper way?
So two broad requirements. One is which is agnostic to the gender part, but it's a prerequisite that you have in case of India, you know, there is a public good infrastructure, financial infrastructure. So as Alina mentioned in the presentation, there is a biometric enabled authentication system. This is common use public good infrastructure which, you know, all financial institutions use. And likewise, there are no others. So, Government of India has set up a body for retail payment system management, National Payments Corporation of India, which has been able to develop these interoperable products. That's one. And then there are enabling policies on financial inclusion through the branchless banking channel, which have been very helpful, especially coming from the regulator. On gender focused, what has really helped to have an aggregator like National Rural Livelihood Mission, who has been there for mobilization of women into self-help groups, both savings and credit groups bundled together. Having this large ecosystem which provides the foot soldiers, women, makes it possible to provide these services to women. So, that program again coming from the government's table has been very helpful. Very recently, just 1 month back, there was a committee set up by Government of India, and that committee has recommended to banks that you should have at least 30% of agents as female women agents. So government also recognizes the experience that is coming from this. Last, which I would say is somewhat of a constraint, and we've been trying hard to convince relevant stakeholders. There is very little gender disaggregated data. Both supply side and demand side. So that would be a very good enabler if this information is made available in public domain, so as to encourage further, next level activities. I would say these are the broad pluses and minuses.
Thank you. Jin Kung, you have heterogeneity in the impacts, and youth were preferred to older farmers. And when you do the comparison groups, you are not basically comparing apples with apples, no? You are basically comparing connected through e-commerce without connected with e-commerce. So the question is how we make this more inclusive so that we can really capture the benefits of e-commerce, including for the rural poor or the people which are not youth, people that are older ages. Back to you, Yigun.
Yes, indeed, I did not present here. Most very few farmers engage in e-commercial, but if they engage, they are not very rich people, but not very poor people. They are most in average for those. They have time to do this business. I would say for engage more lower income people, training is very, very important. Because for farmer which in China we claim we don't have poverty, no normal poverty, but they don't have a low income farmer. Low income farmer normally they have age about 50, 60 years older, and then also farmer getting them to be included is not easy, and then really need a kind of capacity building. But even capacity building, we also see some training. It's not easy to training 50, 60 year old farmer. So one alternative we see the model is have a farmer cooperative. You have 34 farmers or 10 farmers working together. One of the farmer can do very good business, and then they are working together. And then you charge 1% or 2% of to pay for those capacity building capable farmer, and then can do together. I think this is way farmer winning farmer they can work cooperate together. Second, I think is the government policies can play much more important role to in this area, because the private sector is not it's going everywhere, but not remote central China and also area. I think I see that one kind of policy now implementing is if you're selling in platform, for farm gate, if say price equal 1, and they platform company, they packaging become 1.4 yuan, and then selling to online in their own. But one innovative way is the first step, packaging not doing by company high people, doing by farmer, but need training farmer to packaging, to weighting, those farmer cost to farmer only 0.2 yuan, but they can selling to platform 1.4 yuan, so they can get a lot. So, but this is the example say that we might encourage the company when you go to doing the platform, include most farmer engage the marketing chain, maybe part of marketing chain, and the government program can support on this private sector. If you go to poor area doing not only buy product but also engage the farmer to share their benefit from marketing chain expansion.
Thank you very much, Hikung. So colleagues, we have come to an end. After an hour, we had a little delay at the beginning because of the problem in connectivity. But let me just briefly summarize before I pass to my colleague, Beth Beckdahl, for the next session. First, I think we have gone from a vision of an ecosystem presented by Asif El-Beheri on the digital villages of FAO and how we are trying to bring all the different elements, and how Asia, with its dynamism in terms of digital technologies, have moved forward very fast and is progressing, but still we find heterogeneity among the different examples being brought up. Second, we have, of course, the role of data and how this global platform of data could be central, and the importance of startups to facilitate the process that was presented by our colleague from the World Bank, which brings us again, what Pramesh brought is how these different platforms can be related and interlinked, and how the service delivery is central. Then we move to a specific example of digitalization for financing and how this can be inclusive and the process that needs to be done and to implement this and to make it, and what are the core institutional designs behind. And finally, e-commerce, which is right now one of the major accelerators that we have on automation and in the way we create access linkage between farmers and the demand. This demand driven and how e-commerce, and it was surprising to see the bigger role of WeChat despite of the platforms, because WeChat adjusts very quickly to the needs. The platform sometimes will take longer time. But again, the institutionality required from an e-commerce platform to be there, and the way of and the infrastructure that is needed to be there to be able to create the mobility of the goods from the farmers to the community, I think is also central. But in all of these cases, we also see heterogeneity, and we see that there is an effort that needs to be done to bring a more inclusive process. There are still several questions in the question and answer, so I please encourage the speakers to look at them, please, and try to answer them so that we can have the responses to the respective people that ask these questions. With that, thank you so much for your very nice presentation, and join me in a virtual applause to all the presenters today. Let me now have the honor to pass the floor to Mrs. Beth Beckdahl, Deputy Director General of FAO, to moderate the next expert roundtable. Beth, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Maximo, to you and to our colleagues in the Asia Pacific region and the outstanding panelists from this first session. The theme of session 2 continues our conversation and focuses on partnerships and how they can help with enabling this type of digitalization in our move towards inclusive rural transformation. It is clear that digitalization and innovation are accelerating and play an increasingly more important role in agri-food systems. The move to digitalization, though, as we've learned, is more complex than simply taking a new technology, attaching it to a problem, and hoping that it will fix everything. There is a process to achieving digitalization. And to achieve full adoption of an innovative product or service, we have to take some key steps. One step involves having enabling conditions to facilitate rural transformation, including the right policies and regulatory mechanisms. We also have to minimize digital gaps. That means we need to make sure there are no obstacles blocking the way. and ensure that we're all equipped to achieve the broad access to the data and information that is needed. Partnerships with a variety of actors from different disciplines will be crucial to achieving digital transformation, developing multiple technology offerings, bringing new and different skill sets, and even investment models. These partnerships are also needed to move beyond pilot stages and to achieve the scale we are all aiming for. And this is why the Digital Village Initiative is designed with partnerships as a core precondition. First, FAO engages with governments for policy guidance and technical assistance on digital strategies and digital village development needs. We also work with several UN agencies and other development partners, including the International Telecommunication Union, the UN Capital Development Fund, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, the World Bank, as well as research centers, academia, and other financial institutions. These public-oriented partnerships are vital. It is clear that the overwhelming advancements in digital innovation come from the private sector. So partnering here directly in conjunction with the makers, the inventors, and the developers of these most cutting-edge innovations is not just logical, it is where we can be the most productive. FAO fully values and indeed embraces the role of these private-public partnerships. And this goes from the highest level right to the local scale, where multi-partner coordination brings together local authorities, user representatives, startups, financial service providers, and other enabling services. In fact, we're already seeing a number of multi-partner initiatives combining startup companies with technological innovations, complemented then by financial services, and ultimately supported by local governments eager to develop digital innovations in their areas. The possibilities and entry points for digital village developments really are limitless. And we are pleased and excited to be working to facilitate even greater knowledge sharing with and between our members and partners. Rural digitalization will play a major role in transforming our agri-food systems, which we urgently need to do and which is at the core of our work at FAO. To make agri-food systems more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. This second session, we'll learn about several different initiatives and programs that call for partnerships and synergistic collaborations as they seek to build the types of digital infrastructures that are required to be able to introduce innovations when and where they are needed. The examples will span a multi-partner small island development initiative in Vanuatu, multi-partner initiatives facilitating digital financial services in Africa, as well as learning how social enterprises combine private business practices with social aims to help support digital village ecosystems in India and Africa. We too have 4 speakers for this session who are invited to give sharp and concise presentations within their allotted 7 minutes. Speakers can upload your own presentations, but if there are difficulties, Secretariat will run them for the speaker. Our first speaker is Mr. Naveen Twarakavi, Senior Digital Agriculture Specialist with the Asian Development Bank. His presentation is on supporting the private sector in delivering digital services to farmers and rural communities, experiences from the bank. Mr. Twarakavi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Beth. Let me know when you can see my screen.
We can see it, but it's not in full there. Very good.
All right. Thanks a lot. So thank you, Beth. Good morning, afternoon, evening to all the participants, wherever you are. Really happy to be a part of this session and share ADB's experiences so far, and also provide an overview of the way we think about this particular digitalization of our region. So to get started, basically I will provide a background of our region with respect to where we are in terms of agriculture and food security and the state of digital readiness, and one example use case of private sector-led digital services delivery. So I think in Asia Pacific, the long-term challenges to food security are driven by climate change, economic and social aspects. Now, this is on top of the long-term structural issues that we already have. So, what you see here is an assessment of the last month's state of food security. And one thing I would like to note is, this map changes, on a month-to-month basis, and that's primarily because of the way climate, economic, social aspects kind of interact with each other in this highly complicated, maneuver. So I think addressing and tackling these issues, we need many ways a disruptive solution, and digital solutions kind of provide that opportunity for us in many ways, right? So the whole idea of digital solutions have a key role in ADB's operational plan. So ADB has a strategy 2030, in which we have identified 7 operational priorities, out of which promoting rural development and food security is a very important one. And at ADB, we find digital agriculture has a role to play in every aspect of this rural development, operational priority, whether it is agriculture value chain, whether it is food security, aspects like food safety, traceability related aspects, climate smart agriculture, delivering knowledge. So across the strategic as well as operational approaches, we see that digital solutions have a role to essentially play. But how we use the digital solution is very region specific and country specific. That's because as is the nature of innovation, as we stumble towards the right solution in the long run with digital, we have to adapt and course correct as we need to. So because the ideal solution is not in the technology itself, as I think Beth you referred to, but lies in how the technology is used by the user. And so if we take a look at what makes the user use the same technology in different ways, you got to look at the infrastructure, you got to look at the affordability, which is primarily government driven, policy driven. And you got to look at the content and services, and then the consumer readiness, which can be largely driven by the private sector. So when we look at each of our countries, so you see the radar map there of all the countries in our region, sub-regions, and you'll see that every country has its own level of advancement in these 4 elements, right? So our investments are looking at where the country stands with respect to each of these 4, and then making those investments accordingly, right? So largely speaking, our support is on pure digitalization play. We also are focused on climate smart agriculture. We increasingly are looking towards nature-based solutions where we feel like monitoring and assessment, digital can play a key role. And enhancing regional cooperation and commodity-specific aspects is also another area where digital agriculture can play a key role in our region. So with that said, let me share one quick example. And this is one example which I thought would kind of present an interesting use case, because this is about supporting smallholder farmers in 4 of our countries in the Asia Pacific region. And the goal here was to support smallholders and with access to finance, provide them quality inputs, extension services. And so for this purpose, we are supporting a major agri-commodity company to create the right platform and cater to the requirements. The impact is aimed at 20,000 farmers. We want them to be climate smart, we are gender focused on gender equity here as well. And the countries we are right now looking at is through this project is Vietnam, Indonesia, Timor-Leste, and PNG. And the interesting thing I would like to note here is, they have different levels of readiness, digital readiness. And so how you cater the solution plays a very important role. So, so as a part of this solution, we supported development of a very simple farmer information system that the agri-commodity company was using. Now, again, I would like to point out that we look at the affordability and the infrastructure, and then we cater the solution, right? I mean, in an ideal way, in a scenario, we could develop, really good solution, GPS enabled, with all kinds of things that can be fit into the app. But that's not what countries like PNG and can use successfully and scale. So we looked at them, and we created as a part of the solution, the company, we are supporting a company develop this farmer information system where they collect various information points, aspects related to how is the crop status, what are the various financing input and crop purchase that are necessary. So that's the farmer information system. And at the back end, the support involves development of an analytics dashboard. So so here the farmers, the company gets access to the various farms, the current status. They can look at things like access to various social infrastructure, training overview of the farmers, and so on. So this is quickly one solution. I know the time is very short, but I think back to you, Beth. Thanks.
Great. Thanks so much, Naveed, for that really great presentation. And I'm sure those who are listening in will look forward to receiving your slides. I especially appreciate your points about the ubiquity of digital solutions in ADB's own operational and strategic planning, but clearly your message about the importance of being region and country specific while taking into mind all of the topics around infrastructure, affordability, consumer readiness are really important aspects for us, I think, to continue to explore and to pursue as we move into other presentations. Thanks again. Let me now invite our second speaker, Mr. John Jack, the Chief Communication Officer in the Office of the Prime Minister in Vanuatu, to give a presentation on multi-partnerships for accelerating digitalization in small island states, with a very special look at the case study in Vanuatu. Mr. Jack, you have the floor, and 7 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, Beth. Can you hear me?
I can. Could you possibly turn to full screen mode on your presentation?
I'm just doing that now. So is it
coming up
clear? Okay,
excellent.
Thank you. Thank you, Beth. Well, let me start off by saying thank you very much to FAO for including us in this Digital Village Initiative for knowledge sharing and policy dialogue. My presentation today, I know it's only 7 minutes, and I will try my best to be really fast. My presentation today is, on multi-partnership, but I will be talking mostly about a Smart Island program in Vanuatu. So, next slide. So that's the outline of my presentation. I will share some of the experiences we encountered with the Smart Island program. However, as I was asked to share some thoughts on multi-partnership for accelerating digitalization in small island states, then that will be my main focus of the presentation. Oops. Okay. That's a quick map of Vanuatu and the Smart Island pilot site, which is on the island of Malekula. And I believe you all seen the map of Vanuatu and you all know where Vanuatu is. I don't need to talk about that. So that the pilot site of Smart Island is located at the southern tip of the island of Malakula, where access to road, access to hospital, access to banking facilities, access to and all these very essential services are just not available on that side, on that part of the island. So the Smart Island program, we anticipate that by deploying the Smart Island program, we should be able to have the smart enabled services. So e-commerce, you're talking about digital app for education, online learning, and the key important one is enable affordable and reliable connectivity, and also electricity solutions. So that's briefly an introduction to Smart Islands. Okay, so what happened? Even though these are the challenges, I would like to call these challenges as the building blocks of what the Smart Island is about. When we do the assessment, the first assessment that was done, there's lack of basic essential services, which I just mentioned briefly. There's unreliable transportation cost, and the cost of travel is just so way so expensive. Unreliable and poor telecommunication services, lack of skills, and also agriculture production. Although we have good soil for farming, all these things to do with agriculture, yet the production is so low. And one of the key things that the people in the communities they identify was they lack the skills to market and sell the products. But more importantly, literacy in these communities is so low. So digital literacy, we couldn't measure the digital literacy because other skills are just not there. So with these challenges, sorry, I don't want to use challenge. I want to use the word building blocks. So with these building blocks, we come to identify the priority needs, which we are able to identify them and listed as 8 priority needs in that part of the island. And those priority needs are linked very well. They're linked very well to the National Sustainable Development Plan of Vanuatu, which is the contextualized version of the SDG. So it falls under society pillar, economic pillar, and environment pillar. One of the key things that we identified as well is, with the community needs and the priorities, we identified that if we build that properly, we should be able to start to developing business opportunities out of those identified needs and priorities. So we identified that if we can increase sales of, if the first thing and foremost important thing to do is make sure that we have meaningful connectivity and have online services. But one thing that I forgot to mention right at the beginning is the Smart Island program was developed out of the digital digital government strategy of the Vanuatu government, which thanks to the International Telecommunication Union, who supported us in developing that strategy. And out of that strategy, we pushed very hard for digitalization within the ministries and the government departments, yet we see there's a bit of reluctance. So the idea of Smart Island came about that if we push from the bottom-up approach, where we push from the demand side, it should push the government to move faster in terms of digitalization. So that is where we talked to the communities, and the community said we want to have access to these services, but the cost of transport to the city, to the urban centers is so expensive. So if there's any way that we can have access to these services from our communities, from our villages, it will really help us to first of all improve our livelihoods, but as well as help us to participate in the economic development of the country. So that is where we believe that identifying the community needs and priorities, and then developing those needs into business opportunities, it will help the community, the citizens, to participate fully into the economic of the country. So with the problem and solutions 3 of the Smart Island, it's quite challenging, and Vanuatu alone cannot do it. That is where partnership is really a key enabler to making sure that we achieve the solutions that we've identified with the Smart Island program. Let me start off by saying that on my left, which I'm not sure whether it's on your right or on your left, but on my left, inadequate digital infrastructure. So some of the problems that we identified was inadequate digital infrastructure, so connectivity. In this part of the rural part of Vanuatu, just forget about connectivity. But now we're starting to see improvements because of the push that we are making through Smart Island. Inadequate resilience. Some communities are not connected. There's poor quality of digital infrastructure. Power, just forget about power. So what we are planning with the Smart Island program is to establish digital infrastructure required to provide digital services to a wide group of citizens. Now, what we're starting to see is we're working closely with the regulator, the telecom regulator, as well as other partners who are coming in. And thanks to UNCTF, who has agreed to partner with us in the Smart Island program. And we will soon have one of the first towers to be constructed on the site where we can increase connectivity. So thanks to UNCTF for that one. So there are a lot, there's a lot of issues there, like insufficient affordability. This digital skills is just not there. Thanks to ITU, who are working with us in partnership, with the Smart Island program. We will soon be rolling out digital literacy training for the communities. And we will look forward to other partners as well. Limited, this other one which we want to address is limited digital services, and that is the—
Maybe just one more minute so we can stay on time. Thanks.
Okay, let me just go through multi-partnership. So I have to, thanks to ITU, thanks to the Australian government, the UNCTF, and the Asian Development Bank, who are now partners with us in the Smart Island program, and we look forward to other partners. The call to more partners is still open, and those rural parts of Vanuatu are agriculture based. So we're looking forward to working with FAO to support and help us in terms of improving our production. The government's priority is the productive sector, so we look forward to working with ITU on that one. Implementation, it will be a 3-phase implementation approach we're using for Smart Island. I don't need to go through all of them in the interest of time, but definitely the slides will be shared. So in conclusion, what do we expect to achieve out of this Smart Island program? The rollout of Smart Island program will have transformative impact on the people's lives and accelerate Vanuatu's progress towards meeting the national development goals, as well as the SDGs. Access to quality government services such as education, healthcare, appropriate water sanitation, and other government services, including civil registry and vital services, proper infrastructure, roads, wharves. So it is not just about things about telecommunication. It's just not about agriculture. It's an ecosystem that we want to build, but from the demand side. So I think that's about it. Look forward to any questions, and thank you for your time. Thank you for the time given to us again. Thanks.
Great. Thanks so much, John, for that really great presentation and for describing this Smart Island program, and I think very much making it clear to us that this particular digital transformation initiative is coming with this, you called it the bottom up approach, and really identifying at that government level, that national level, stakeholder level, so many of the, you said, not necessarily challenges, but things that need to be further developed and further enhanced, and then building the right kinds of systems and platforms around that. I really hope that we can ask a few more questions of you during our time together. Could you kindly stop sharing the screen so that we can proceed to our next presenter? Our third presentation comes from Carlo Bravi. Carlo is a senior economist, a colleague of ours at FAO, and he will give a presentation on leveraging multi-partnerships to enable digital solutions for agriculture finance, and a very specific case study in Uganda. Carlo, you have the floor, and 7 minutes, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Beth. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to share my screen. There. Okay, slide mode. Beth, can you confirm it's good on your side?
Very good.
Okay, thank you. So my presentation today is, as Beth said, is about digital solution for agricultural banking. You see the red circle in the first slide. And this is part of a larger initiative called Agri-Invest that FAO and especially Investment Center of FAO is implementing in Uganda with the Uganda Development Bank. This is a public national development bank, and it's an important aspect. It's a $2.2 million initiative, mostly financed by the EU. I count 7 parties, 7 actors in this initiative. There's the funder, the EU, FAO, UNCDF, of course, the bank, the National Development Bank, Uganda Development Bank, and then 3 technical providers. So it takes 7 parties to put together these 2 initiatives that I'm going to describe, which are introducing fintech. Fintech is digital finance services for banking, and big data analytics for a specific purpose, measuring impact on poverty. And the package is much bigger than just digital solutions. As you can see, it's expanding the pipeline, is about enhancing the appraisal capability and due diligence of the bank, and also conducting policy dialogue on value chains where the bank is intervening. The Uganda Development Bank is a branchless development bank. So the option of going further into other areas and expanding, the branches and expanding its staff, it's not available. That is why they are testing and piloting this digital innovation. And they want to digitize their loan appraisal system. We will see what this entails. And this, they hope, it will address the 2 main pain points of agricultural banking throughout. This is not just Uganda, this is all over the world. High risk, high transaction cost. The second leg, I would say, of this digitization process is using big data analytics for impact monitoring. Uganda Development Bank is among its high-level goals to monitor its impact on poverty. And they are trying to see how much digital can do in that direction. What exactly digitizing loan appraisal means? It means going from a traditional business as usual on the left-hand side of my slide process, which uses credit agents in the field. They send physically the credit agents in the field to do what in jargon is called KYC, know your client procedures, creditworthiness, loan appraisal, loan application, loan appraisal. With a system, and this first business as usual system is paper-based and paper-based and not automatic. And it's going to be replaced with a digitized system on 3 different steps. That has the first one. I'm sorry. The first one is putting the farmers into giving farmers a digital identity. This is the farmer registration and profiling. Putting their data, the farm data, household data, and transaction history is building an algorithm, a digital algorithm that will do the credit scoring. Credit scoring is the process of ranking the clients in terms of low, medium, and high risk. And the 2 fintech pilot that we are conducting in parallel are doing this by putting together credit history and crop insurance data in one case, and credit history plus yield prediction on milk in the second case. The last bit is to be able to have this whole loan process controlled by the clients on a digital form, in a digital platform. And this means being able to do from your smartphone, from the farmer's smartphone, the client's smartphone, the loan application, the loan drawdown, and loan repayment. So this is the digitized and we means the whole, multi-actor that I described, is to have a lower transaction cost in the process and be able to manage the risk better. And also, there's a wish that the portfolio will be expanded into less favorable areas, and even that they can read non-performing loans, their bad loan portfolio, and even reduce the interest rate to the farmer, to the client. So these are very big and important achievements and outcomes. What are the preliminary lessons from this ongoing pilot? I underline it's ongoing, so we can't really give you a full picture of what's happening. We have to wait another year or so. The first lesson is that it takes a lot of effort to build these partnerships. It took about 2 years to build this fintech UDB, Uganda Development Bank partnership. You bring in 2 providers. You have to, adjust and make sure that the bank is reacting and working well with the 2 providers. It took, almost 6 months just to select them, and it was a very important step of the process. UNCDF, again, UNCDF was just mentioned by my previous intervention, is very key in this one because they have the knowledge of fintech for small scale, and they came in and helped us doing the procurement process and then helping on the technical assistance to the bank. And the last one was a very important process of increasing the awareness of the bank in terms of digital solution. Digital solution were not in the picture at the beginning of this Agri-Invest initiative. We brought them by bringing to this Uganda Development Bank about 10 different use cases and examples from international and domestic providers, high-level ones. So a lot of awareness building. The second leg is about big data analytics. I think it's even more fascinating, the potential of this one as compared to the first, but this is my personal idea. We are using digital data from the telecom company. This is MTN, one of the 3 large networks operator in Uganda. And we are using 2 million, the data from 2 million clients in Uganda, in northern parts of Uganda, where UDB, Uganda Development Bank, is delivering credit, and comparing that universe of 2 million people. So imagine running a survey on 2 million people. It's like a census almost, but we can do it at the push of a button with this system. And comparing it with about a few thousands of clients of the Uganda Development Bank that are receiving the loan. By comparing the two, you can see the impact of these loans. So you have attribution also. And we do it with artificial intelligence, and it's an automatic system once it's set up. The key features, once it's set up, it's very low maintenance cost. It does not require data gathering because there's a system. We basically, the provider put a router in the MTN premises to continuously get data from these call records from the telecom company. It's very large coverage. I mentioned 2 million. It can go to 10 million users of MTN at the click of a button. It's timely, so because there's a live stream access of data, and it's very granular. You get data from one individual, one client of the MTN, so you can be very, very specific. So what is so interesting about telecom data is that you get so much information that you can basically derive about 160 ready-to-use indicators that can be informing your impact on poverty. Use data, usage indicators, social indicators, top-up indicators, mobility indicators. Remember that any cell phone is geo-referenced, so you can see the mobility of these people, mobile money indicators and addiction. All this gives you a very good idea. It's definitely sufficient for an algorithm, for artificial intelligence, to define your changes in income. So the impact on poverty on this measure, on this intervention. Preliminary lessons there again. Big effort also in launching. We are on uncharted waters, so it takes efforts to launch all these pioneering things. And it took about 1 year to onboard the service provider, which was a very good one. We were lucky. Data governance. You have to comply with data governance. It takes 6 months to access the data, complying with Uganda data governance regulation and legislation. But what we want to see on this one is and once the pilot is over and probably adopted by the Uganda Development Bank, is that we can add new layers of big data, not just the telecom, but imagine you put geodata, weather, you put social network data, Facebook and increasingly being used by farmers. We leave a lot of footprints using these social networks. And this is a wealth, a mine of information for any, provider. And you can derive a lot of different indicators from that, not just poverty impact. So it's a game changer. Imagine this pilot is costing $80,000. And a normal randomized controlled trial would be between $500,000 and $1 million. It take 1 year to go. So you can see the cost effectiveness of what you're proposing here. But this type of big data use and use cases that I'm describing can apply to insurance, can apply to extension, contract farming and traceability, and so on. So you can go, sky high almost. Thank you, Beth. Over to you.
Great. Thanks so much, Carlo, for walking us through these two really fascinating use cases in Uganda. I think you have really very positively shown us the promise of what we can actually do in terms of measuring the contributions that innovation can bring to so many of the larger challenges we're all facing. But you also, I think, very fairly noted a number of the constraints and the challenges when you have big data sets, making sure that you really can bring the kinds of analytics and the kinds of partners that you described together is really very critical. And it's nice to see that we're off to a really great start in these two particular partnerships. So thank you very much for that. And I'm sure there'll be some questions for you as well as we move into this session. Let me now turn to our final panelist, Mr. Sriram Baratam, CEO and founder of Kuza Biashara Enterprise, to make the next presentation. Mr. Baratam will give a presentation on private-led initiatives to support digital ecosystems and deliver digital services to farmers and rural communities with lessons from both Africa and India. Mr. Baratam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Beth. Can you please confirm you're able to see my screen?
I can. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sriram. People call me Shri. I'm a serial and a social entrepreneur, been in the digital space for 25 years. And all that I'm going to share with you today is how we are able to humanize some of these digital technologies to be able to solve the problems at a grassroots level. We are a certified B corporation. That's the highest recognition as a social enterprise. And we won the best for the world recognition 3 times in a row globally. Now, if you look at as Kuza, we are creating opportunities for rural youth, women, and small business owners to learn, connect, and grow at scale. Scale is extremely important in anything and everything that we do. And you would see that in the deliberate design that we have done in putting this up together. So we started off generically as focus on micro entrepreneurship, especially on the rural micro entrepreneurship. And then we got into health, wash, water, sanitation, hygiene, and now agriculture. Across the spectrum, we have directly worked with over 6 million plus people, majority of them being youth and women across 11 African countries and India. Now, to just set the context, if you look at a smallholder farmer, this mama farmer at the center, you would see nobody knows her. As much as we all say KYC, neither the banks know her, nor the governments know her, nor the telcos know her. And most importantly, even the large traditional agriculture companies even don't know her because they all operate through their distribution channels. Extension services, as you all know, is broken. Access to quality inputs, credit, mechanization, and all of these are the missing links at the last mile. So now, if you look at the rural youth perspective, majority of them are getting into entrepreneurship, not by design, but by default. This is lack of opportunities is forcing them to get into entrepreneurship. Now, if you look at a smallholder farmer, let me specifically speak in the context of Kenya. An average Kenyan farmer is 63-year-old, and an average Kenyan is 19-year-old, and there's a massive intergeneration crisis going on. The public sector extension worker ratio to farmer is 1 to 5,000 against the recommended ratio of 1 to 400 by FAO. And most importantly, they don't have access. And the same is a challenge with the service providers, call it the traditional players or call it the digital players. They're all dependable. They all look for a dependable channel for extension. They have no idea of supply and demand forecast. Everybody is trying to drive or steer in, without a map. And the supply chain traceability is a challenge. And this is where the birth of a very innovative model that we came out with, which we call agripreneurs. We are deliberately identifying enterprising rural youth. They don't necessarily need to be agronomists. We give preference to enterprising rural youth who are high school or even high school dropouts. On an average, they serve about 200 farmers from within the communities, and they provide bundled services to their farmers. These are crop advisory services, access to inputs, credit, and markets. You all may be wondering how a high school dropout would be able to now offer advisory. Now, this is where we challenged ourselves and started looking at how can this be done. First and foremost, they are not ready. So here is where we actually put up a model we call READY, that is Rural Entrepreneur Development Incubators, where we take each of them individually, put them through a process where they learn with a KUSA mentor, they learn from their peers, they connect them to a set of service providers and farmers, and then they grow. And this is where the cyclical motion of this entire business model sets into motion. Now, one is there are two parts to this. One is the incubation, and second is how they get connected to the opportunities. That's where the birth of One Network. One Network is the digital marketplace with a human user interface in the form of these rural agripreneurs. As I said, they will go through a very structured enrollment process. We build their capacities, they start doing the farmer engagement, and in the process start up the business and start offering the advisory services leading to marketplace transactions. Trust is the currency on which these entrepreneurs operate in their local communities. Now, for them to be able to offer these extension services, here is where we've actually come out with three new things. One is micro-learning, micro-distribution, and micro-mentoring. As you all have noticed, the attention span of people is going down. Everybody has become time poor, both the rich and the poor. We came out with this category called micro-learning early 2011, 2012, and managed to create over 10,000 plus bite-sized video content in 10 different languages. In agriculture, 40 different crops and livestock content and and other genres. And this is how we are now able to package them in a very consumer-oriented fashion such that the content is extremely engaging, is high-definition video content curated in collaboration with our partners. And then we make it available through a very meticulously designed distribution platform. This is how youth move around with a backpack. This is a physical kit which is designed to work without internet. I repeat, without internet. So it's got a portable digital projection system, which is self-powered, and a edge computing device, which is able to create internet within the local capacities in the rural settings, and up to 40 to 50 users can connect to this and are in the business. Now we are able to offer this entire content and the platform through omni-channels, call this a traditional apps, or even the edge platform that you have seen just now, or even a multi-platform integrations to be able to do this. Now, here is where the entrepreneurs are able to offer personalized extension services using this curated high-definition video content, the micro-learning content, to a group of farmers, and that's how they generate the demand. In this case, Robert is talking about soil extension and how to soil testing, and he's now able to generate the demand for soil testing as a service. Now, this is how the curated platform looks like. You can see on the top, there's a human interface. And under the hood is where this entrepreneur is able to generate the demand for inputs, credit, and others, including the digital solutions that Parmesh spoke about in Kenya, the 1 million farmer platform. This agripreneur model is the one that is actually able to take even the other digital innovator solutions all the way to the last mile farmers. Now, to summarize, here is how we are able to build the individual mastery of entrepreneurs. And we've realized that most programs end here, but we realize this is the beginning of the journey. Once we build entrepreneurs and they get into the motion to learn, connect, and grow, then we start building the community capacity of this group. We bring in a group of like 5 to 10 entrepreneurs, each one serving 200 farmers. That becomes a community locally with complementarity nature. And that's how we are able to build the network strength of all of them combined together. This is how it looks like in Kenya. Each of the green bubble is a county, and the ones in the purple are the service providers, and the orange ones are these entrepreneurs. Now, this is just what we managed to do in the last 3 years. During the COVID time, we have grown the network 15 times, and making us realize that this network can actually exponentially grow in collaboration with the right set of partners. Like we are working closely with the World Food Program, World Bank, and a lot of international NGOs and large private sector partners impacting 10 of the 17 UN SDGs. And the unintended consequence of this is the jobs are getting created. Over 150,000 plus rural jobs have got created just in a very short span. And here are the different income streams of the agripreneurs, and this is how they are able to have sustainable businesses on their own. And lastly, when we realize that all these entrepreneurs have gone through the same READY program, but when people adopt technology, they do old things in a new way. But when they internalize technology, they find new things to do. Robert and a team of 14 youth have started biofertilizer business. Lena, who has got an input shop, is the one who is distributing them. Adam is actually doing spraying as a service, and he managed to get 3 from his own family and 4 from his community join his business. He's doing that as a specialized business. Joseph and his wife are doing apical cutting. Last year, they've done 10,000 seedlings in 1 year. Now they are doing 10,000 per month. And Daniel is doing conservation agriculture. These are just few examples of how youth are embracing this and scaling this up. And for us to be able to do this, we put together something called a 4P ecosystem model, where we are leveraging the public good investment by government. And in Kenya, we have something called Agriculture Transformation Growth Strategy, very favorable for private sector. Philanthropy sector, the World Bank and other multilaterals are actually helping us bringing catalytic investments. Like Parmesh spoke, already 1 million farmers have been digitized. That's the one that is reducing the cost of acquisition of farmers for private sector. And we are able to scale and sustain using one platform, which is aggregating all of this. And happy to take more questions. And this is what we wanted to share with the group at FAO. Thank you. Over to you, Beth.
Great. Thanks so much, Sri, for walking us through Kuza and the approach that you're taking in a very inspirational way to bring our next generation of, as you call them, agripreneurs to this space of digital agriculture and rural transformation. And I especially appreciate your closing directive to us to be mindful. It's so easy to say we look to adopt new technologies, but I think I'm going to hold on to your phrase of internalizing new technologies. I think it's much more appropriate and, again, very inspiring to see what you are doing with the next generation of the world's agricultural leaders. I am going to give everybody who is here with us just a minute or two to come up with some of your questions and to put those in the chat. While we do that, I would like to ask everybody who is here participating in the session to turn your cameras on. We would like to take a group photo of everyone who is participating today. So cameras on, best smiles for just a few seconds. And Aziz, I think I'll look to you for a thumbs up or a signal of when we can probably go back to the questions, just to make sure that our colleagues have them. So please, everybody who's with us, cameras on, smiles, and good. Have to imagine our colleagues were able to capture something from that. All right. Thank you very much. So I will start monitoring the questions that are coming in the Q&A box. We only have, colleagues, unfortunately, about 8 to 10 more minutes. We're already a little over time, but I do want to make sure I get a couple of comments and questions to our speakers. Let me maybe start with a question to Naveen. And this question, Naveen, is maybe a little bit more focused on impacts of the bank's approach to the investments and the focus on digital solutions. You shared in your slides some of the sort of short-term or near-term impacts in terms of outreach and trainings and numbers of rural agriculturalists you've been able to touch. How are you starting to take on the assessment or the analysis of more medium to longer term impacts from the prioritization of some of these digital solutions? Over to you.
So thanks, Beth. I think for us in the medium to long term, we are looking at a few aspects. So first is we are looking at digital solutions primarily being demand driven. So each of our DMCs currently have a certain set of requirements, and I think our target is to ensure that we cater to those as well as assist them in realizing new demands, right? So, but on a larger thing, there are specific themes we are looking at. One is the pure digitalization aspect, nature-based solutions, and climate smart related adaptation as well as mitigation related solutions. So we are we work with our DMCs and our resident missions to cater to these services. Last but not least, on the regional cooperation side, I think there's a lot of knowledge sharing that can be done. So we are focused on regional cooperation. So we have few, for example, the South-South cooperation, the Greater Mekong region related cooperation. So these are areas we are also focused on, in the medium and the long term. Yeah, back to you.
Great, thank you very much. I noticed that there are a few questions coming into the chat directed to some of you individually. Shri, I think I saw you starting to respond. So please, to the panelists, if you're able to monitor and see some that are being directed to you, please, by all means, feel free to respond. Let me turn to John. John, in the presentation about the Smart Island program, I'd be really curious if you could take just a minute and share with us how specifically you plan to engage more of the local actors in the country, specifically SMEs, other communities, in ensuring that there is obviously not only the required capacity, but certainly the co-ownership, as you might call it, of the initiative going forward. Could you talk a little bit about that set of relationships that are being built? Over to you.
Thanks. Thank you, Beth. A very good question. Yes, so under the through the government digital strategy, we are planning to in the strategy it strongly emphasizes partnership, and we are so fortunate that we have an established working lab in Vanuatu where we are engaging business entrepreneurs in terms of the development of digital solutions for making sure that government services and other services, finances, as well as other services within the government to be online for people in the rural communities to have access to those services. You will note in the presentation I mentioned that the priority needs within the communities can be turned into business opportunities for these entrepreneurs, which are being trained within our collab initiative in order to have these services taken by the private sector. So under the digital government strategy, as well as the policies that the government has launched, one of which is our universal access policy, as well as the universal service policy for the government. So and also we are working closely with the communities and establishing entities within the communities, so that the people at the community level can have ownership of the programs that we are working on with them. We've established working committees within the communities, and in the rural parts of Vanuatu within the communities, we have chiefly systems where we engage the local communities in terms of having the leadership from the chiefs to spearhead the working relationship with the Smart Island program. Not just that, but we would like to see as well, when it comes to finances, the banks wouldn't want, their funds to be, especially, I'm not talking here to big banks like World Bank or ATB, but the local banks within Vanuatu, like the National Bank of Vanuatu. So it's a bit tricky in the sense that the bank would learn to go to the communities unless there's business opportunities in the communities for them to be able to provide the service to the communities. So it is a responsibility for the government to making sure that that trust is there, so that it allows for the banks to go down to the level. So it is something that we cannot do it alone. The government cannot do it alone, or even the people in the community. It has to be a partnership between the government as well as the organizations in the community for such initiative to be undertaken.
Great. Thank you so much, John. Next question is for Carlo, and I see that our colleague Aziz was thinking very much along the same lines as I was as he's putting a question into the chat for you, Carlo, but really is about how to replicate the work that's being done in Uganda and some of the constraints perhaps that might be present in other places with either limited data availability or other challenges. And I just wondered if you could very briefly speak to this issue of replicability, given the outlook and the success that's coming in Uganda specifically. Over to you.
Thank you, Beth. Yes, very relevant question, because we are getting right now requests from governments and banks, national development banks from Africa in this case, but probably also from Asia. So it's spot on. If we had to do this exercise in other countries, I would start with the supply side. I mentioned 7 parties involved in the Uganda this UDB support on digital. You have to replicate this kind of environment. You need a group of actors with different skills and roles, and that is not so easy to put together in some cases. We have UNCDF is our technical UN agency, sister agency, technical advisory. We would have to have a role like this in another country. And then you have to have the supply side in terms of digital capacity, the fintech side. And one thing that I took from Parmesh's presentation was this innovation challenge that the World Bank has conducted in Kenya. And I was aware of this. And I would try to do it again for specifically, in this case, for fintech. You can do innovation challenges thematic. And I would do an innovation challenge for fintech to select the best one in the country, hopefully domestic, but you can open it to international also providers, depending on what the level of capacity is in the country. I would then try to make it, or we would try to make it better, enlarge the scope. If you do it again, you would do it a bit better. And doing it better would be enlarge your big data pool, basically what I was mentioning in terms of using credit farms data and yield prediction and credit history. You can put into the equation definitely geodata and other social network data and weather data and so on. They were mentioned by many. That would enlarging the scope of this big data and increasing the accuracy of your predictions into the fintech part. Then I would also think about putting digital services on the demand side among the clients. It makes sense. If you digitize your supply, your financial services, you also can de-risk and improve efficiency in the demand side, in the client side. And that means putting there all these use cases that are typical, the e-advisory, e-market, and e-traceability, for instance, to mention the main ones. And to do that, you would have to go with building blocks. I think John mentioned some of these building blocks. You need building blocks. These are public goods that will increase the uptake, the adoption, and the good use of these technology. And digital literacy would be one, and connectivity would be the other. Last thing, you would have to work with the supply side, the demand side on the bank. As I said, bringing the capacity of the bank and the awareness, and do even up to the due diligence of the bank in order to attack the right problems, the right pain points with these digital solutions. Thanks, Beth. Over to you.
Great. Thanks, Carlo. Let me take a last question over to Shri, and then we'll wrap up for the session. But Shri, I want to sort of come back to you with the topic at large for this session, which was partnerships. And one of your closing slides sort of showed and depicted the scope of partners that, at least today, you have participating with you. Could you talk a little bit about your approach to these partnerships, how you evaluate them? Are these partnerships that you're seeking out very intentionally? Are you being approached given the notoriety and the visibility that is maybe starting to come to the program? How do these partnerships actually come to be, and talk a little bit about the dynamics that go into identifying and maybe then structuring the right types of partnerships for the right time where KUSA finds itself. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Beth. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm glad you picked that up, because I would say that's the most difficult thing in this entire ecosystem build. I would say extreme conditions are fertile soil for extreme innovation. I've been attempting to do this for the past 10 years, and I need to say, put up my hand and say, I have successfully failed. Ours is only a 2% success story. And thanks to Dr. Parmesh Shah's initiative of 1 Million Farmer Platform, we did two interesting things. When this disruptive agriculture technology initiative was done, we did something called Unconference. KUSA has co-hosted this along with the World Bank, and we managed to bring 50 key industry actors from across multiple streams into a room. And we had a very honest conversation saying, guys, there's something like this that's coming up. What is it that you are challenged with? And most importantly, what is it that you can contribute? Honestly, end of the day, we walked away with a commitment of close to $15 million in value terms, because everybody in the room had something to give, and they were expecting something to get out of it. Like for the success of any partnership, I think people have to give something to get something, not just always planning to take everything. Yes, we took this initiative to create an agripreneur kind of a model. And yes, government support is extremely important, not just at the federal level, but also at a county level. Countries like Kenya and India, where the agriculture is a state topic, it's extremely important for us to do that, number one. And number two, we do a lot of capacity building for startups and others. I personally believe there is also equally important effort that has to go in building capacities of human capacities, even within the public sector and the development sector actors. So the reason why we started bringing the public sector and the development actors together is simply because development actors are also working in isolation. And there's nothing wrong, everybody has their laser focus, but if we step back and look at it with the common good, there's so much that we can do. And at KUSA, we have already proven that 1 + 1 can be 11 by just bringing the right actors together. And what is most important is these have to be designed for sustainability from day one. The One Network is an initiative that we put together with a very simple idea that beyond the life of these developmental projects or the government initiatives, the show has to go on. And that is where the ecosystem modeling is extremely important. And as Carlo actually shared, bringing 7 players took almost a year, but it took us, Carlo, close to 5 years to bring like 20 players together. But going forward now, we don't need that because already the ecosystem is formed. And a lot of these international players are actually operating in multiple countries. We don't need to start from scratch. And an initiative like 1,000 rural villages by FAO is just in time for us to be able to put our heads together. Thanks, Beth.
Great. Thanks so much for that perspective. And let me thank all 4 of our panelists. I think once again, we had a terrific discussion that followed the first session. So thank you, Naveen, John, Carlo, and Shri for your valuable contributions and your really important insights to this really, I think, outstanding session focused on the Digital Villages Initiative. Please, for those of you who are still with us, us either reactions or virtual applause. Again, it'd be terrific for us to be able to be together in person to do this, but we very much appreciate your participation with us. Just a few summary points from me before I turn it back over to my colleagues in the Asia Pacific region. But first, I think it's pretty safe to say that we've recognized that digital solutions fit into really every part of food and agriculture and are absolutely necessary for the needed rural transformation that we are all working to achieve. Second, I think we also have heard that community focus needs should be a priority, that we really need to listen to those in need, to those on the ground, to be mindful of the supply and demand fundamentals, as we've talked in a number of these situations, to really understand what is capable and what tools can be brought to bear. Third, I think following even the first session, we heard also about the real potential of big data and very specifically the role of analytics in really delivering impact on the digital innovation that is coming, and making sure that we also recognize the practical realities of moving forward with a number of these opportunities. Getting started can certainly be time consuming, but I'm inspired by so much of the great potential that many of your presentations demonstrated today that I think we should all agree that even these initial startup costs and resources are well worth it. And finally, Shreya, again, thank you for bringing into the conversation the importance of training the next generation and the importance of focusing on youth, on women, making sure that this digital transformation is indeed inclusive, that we focus on entirely new delivery models in a very digital world within which we live. And also, I think, for bringing us back here at the very end to emphasize just how critically important partnerships are. They aren't easy, but we need them, and we all should be working to achieve them. So thanks again to all four of you for a really great discussion. Let me turn back over to Aziz and JJ and the Secretariat for any closing comments about today's session. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Beth, and thank you, Maximo, for an outstanding moderation, and also for the speakers for engaging in a very productive topics. We went a little bit over time, but I think it was worth it, given given the quality of the exchange. We now have about a 35-minute break instead of an hour. So please, if you can, stay connected. We'll be using the same connection, and we'll reconvene at 14. In the meantime, those of you who will have a few minutes, you can be a little bit, you can take a look at the screen. We'll be showing two videos on Digital Village Initiative stories, one from China and one from Mongolia, a few minutes each, interspace between during the break. So with that, we take a break for now, and we'll see you all at 14-hour Bangkok time. Thank you very much.
Ciao Ernesto, sì, ti sento bene. Ciao. E mi dici dove vai così io mi regolo. Ok, va bene, grazie. Sì, ti sento benissimo. Sì. Sì, ti sento bene. Ora? Ok. Ti sento bene? Sì, sì. Ok. Sì, ti sento bene? Sì. Sì, ti sento bene? Sì. Ti sento bene? Ok. Ok. Ora? Arabo. Sì. Ti sento bene? Quindi devo andare su inglese, vado su inglese. Sì, adesso spagnolo? Ok, francese. Sì, ti sento bene. Spagnolo. Sì. Su arabo. Arabo, giusto? Mi senti? Ernesto, mi senti? Sì, sì. Poi? Ok, in inglese? Ti sento bene? Adesso francese? Ti sento bene? Spagnolo? Sì, e torniamo su arabo, giusto? Sì, ti sento bene. Inglese? Sì, francese? Sì, spagnolo? Sì. Arabo? Sì, ti sento bene. Vado, ok. Sì, ti sento bene. Poi? Sì, vai. Sì, francese? Sì, spagnolo? Sì. Sì, grazie. Sì, inglese? Sì, francese? Sì, spagnolo? Sì, abbiamo finito Ernesto? Ok, facciamo veloce perché devono mandare un video, grazie. Sì, inglese? Sì, francese? Sì, spagnolo? Sì. E riandiamo su cinese? No, non serve. Ok, grazie.
With the rapid development of digital technology, agriculture continues to improve. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations is launching the 1,000 Digital Village Initiative to combat hunger, poverty, and inequality, and push forward the preservation of agricultural heritage. The project utilizes digital technology to energize agricultural production and to establish a digital village of inclusivity and sustainability. Shiping Village in Fujian Province's Anxi County, China, became part of the 1000 Digital Village Initiative in 2021. It is the core site for preserving the tradition of cultivating Taiguanyin tea. It is also designated by FAO as a site of globally important agricultural heritage systems. With support from multiple stakeholders, Shiping Village's local government has been exploring new modes of digitalized development for villages.
Shiping Village has used the Internet of Things to promote its intelligent tea farm. In doing so, they have developed a smart pest control system and achieved effective control of the threat of pests to the tea leaves. They have erected a miniature automated meteorological station that can stay on top of the mountainous plantation's weather situation in real time. Their established ERP production data system, driving the site to smart and standardized processing. At the same time, Shiping Village established their mode of tea leaf safety and quality management, which has passed through the parallel system of Fujian Province Edible Agricultural Products Commitment Compliance Certificate and One Product, One Code traceability system, as well as Anxi County's Digital Tea Cloud platform. At 11:06 on February 27, 2022, the Anxi Taiguanyin 1 satellite was launched from China's Wenchang Satellite Launch Center, becoming China's first remote sensing satellite named after the tea brand. As of now, the village has constructed 10,000 acres of tea-growing biofarms, has an annual production of 50,000 tons, and has achieved a tea-producing industry with a total worth reaching 28 billion RMB for the whole village. Digital technology from China's 1,000 Villages project, helping the village to write their story of tea production culture. In the future, the 145.5 square kilometers of land will continue to accumulate quantitative growth, and it will do so until the arrival of the new qualitative growth cycle.
Mongolia, a country of hardy people, is a sweeping landmass of upland steppes, forested mountain ranges, plateaus, and vast pasture lands. A landlocked nation with 3.3 million people living sparsely over a territory of more than 1.5 million square kilometers, Mongolia is one of the least densely populated countries in the world. Animal husbandry has played a crucial role in food supply, employment, economic activity throughout the nation's history. Mongolia's rural people are primarily engaged in raising livestock, including millions of sheep, goats, cattle, horses, yak, and camels. Their products, including cashmere, account for 4/5 of the total value of the agriculture output in the country. Since the 1990s, the Mongolian government promoted ICT sector development through market liberalization and policies that support the infrastructure development. As of today, the network connectivity and internet access has reached all 21 provinces, making digitalization of the rural space increasingly feasible. The country is looking to utilize digital technologies and innovation to build a sustainable and globally competitive agriculture sector and leapfrog certain development challenges. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, provided technical assistance to Mongolia to develop a national e-agriculture strategy endorsed in 2020. FAO is actively supporting the capacity of the Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Light Industry in the implementation of the national e-agriculture strategy and is jointly deploying digital innovations and solutions in the agri-food system. Examples of successful digital innovations include an animal identification and registration system and a blockchain-based meat factory system that aim to strengthen the traceability across the meat value chain. The animal identification system uses ear tags and chip inserts to trace the health of livestock from birth monitor veterinary treatments, geographical movements, and outbreaks of diseases and epidemics. The identification system generates accurate and verifiable data that help with animal theft prevention, facilitate access to financing, and promotes access to export markets. The system enables secure digital financial transactions and provides customers with credible information about the origin, health, and quality of the meat they consume, thus promoting sustainable animal and land management. The Animal Identification Project was successfully piloted in 4 zooms of Uruguay province and will be scaled up nationally.
With the rapid development of digital technology, agriculture continues to improve. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations is launching the 1,000 Digital Village Initiative to combat hunger, poverty, and inequality, and push forward the preservation of agricultural heritage. The project utilizes digital technology to energize agricultural production and to establish a digital village of inclusivity and sustainability. Xiping Village in Fujian Province's Anxi County, China, became part of the 1,000 Digital Village Initiative in 2021. It is the core site for preserving the tradition of cultivating Taiguanyin tea. It is also designated by FAO as a site of globally important agricultural heritage systems. With support from multiple stakeholders, Xiping Village's local government has been exploring new modes of digitalized development for villages.
Xiping Village has used the Internet of Things to promote its intelligent tea farm. In doing so, they have developed a smart pest control system and achieved effective control of the threat of pests to the tea leaves. They have erected a miniature automated meteorological station that can stay on top of the mountainous plantation's weather situation in real time. Their established ERP production data system, driving the site to smart and standardized processing and cleaning. At the same time, Xiping Village established their mode of tea leaf safety and quality management, which has passed through the parallel system of Fujian Province Edible Agricultural Products Commitment Compliance Certificate and One Product, One Code traceability system, as well as Anxi County's Digital Tea Cloud platform. At 11:06 on February 27, 2022, the Anxi Taiguanyin 1 satellite was launched from China's Wenchang Satellite Launch Center, becoming China's first remote sensing satellite named after the tea brand. As of now, the village has constructed 10,000 acres of tea-growing biofarms, has an annual production of 50,000 tons, and has achieved a tea-producing industry with a total worth reaching 28 billion RMB for the whole village. Digital technology from China's 1,000 Villages project, helping the village to write their story of tea production culture. In the future, the 145.5 square kilometers of land will continue to accumulate quantitative growth, and it will do so until the arrival of the new qualitative growth cycle.
Mongolia, a country of hardy people, is a sweeping landmass of upland steppes, forested mountain ranges, plateaus, and vast pasture lands. a landlocked nation with 3.3 million people living sparsely over a territory of more than 1.5 million square kilometers. Mongolia is one of the least densely populated countries in the world. Animal husbandry has played a crucial role in food supply, employment, economic activity throughout the nation's history. Mongolia's rural people are primarily engaged in raising livestock, including millions of sheep, goats, cattle, horses, yak, and camels. Their products, including cashmere, account for 4/5 of the total value of the agriculture output in the country. Since the 1990s, the Mongolian government promoted ICT sector development through market liberalization and policies that support the infrastructure development. As of today, the network connectivity and internet access has reached all 21 provinces, making digitalization of the rural space increasingly feasible. The country is looking to utilize digital technologies and innovation to build a sustainable and globally competitive agriculture sector and leapfrog certain development challenges. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, provided technical assistance to Mongolia to develop a national e-agriculture strategy endorsed in 2020. FAO is actively supporting the capacity of the Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Light Industry in the implementation of the national e-agriculture strategy and is jointly deploying digital innovations and solutions in the agri-food system. Examples of successful digital innovations include an animal identification and registration system and a blockchain-based meat factory system that aim to strengthen the traceability across the meat value chain. The animal identification system uses ear tags and chip inserts to trace the health of livestock from birth, monitor veterinary treatments, geographical movements, and outbreaks of diseases and epidemics. The identification system generates accurate and verifiable data that help with animal theft prevention, facilitate access to financing, and promotes access to export markets. The system enables secure digital financial transactions and provides customers with credible information about the origin, health, and quality of the meat they consume, thus promoting sustainable animal and land management. The Animal Identification Project was successfully piloted in 4 zooms of Urugvay province and will be scaled up nationally.
Эрхэм мөндөд сайд төлөөлөгчдөө нэг
Sì, ti sento bene. Sì. Sì, ti sento bene. Sì, va bene. Sì, sì. Poi? Grazie. Ciao.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Director General.
Yeah, how are you?
Very fine. Thank you for joining this meeting. We are about to start.
Okay, please. Whatever you want.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello to you, Director General.
Yes, how are you?
Okay. Okay, distinguished delegates, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. Welcome to the second session of the webinar on the 1,000 Digital Village Initiative, Knowledge Sharing and Policy Dialogue, a regional event organized by FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. We will commence very shortly, but as usual, just a few reminders on Zoom and webinar practices for the attendees. Please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. You have Q&A box available for your questions, but no chat box in this webinar. In order to see the speaker in full view, on full screen, please remember to select speaker view instead of gallery view in the upper right corner of your screen Zoom. We have simultaneous interpretation available in Chinese, French, and Russian. These are accessible in the interpretation button in the toolbar and will be available in the plenary hall for those delegates attending in person. The event is also webcast and recorded for future replays. Thank you for your collaboration and your cooperation. So without further ado, I would like to hand over the floor to Mr. Dihan Jakovjevic, Director, FAO Digitalization and Informatics Division, to moderate this first session. Mr. Jihan, you have the floor.
Dear Aziz, thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. I have the pleasure to introduce our next session, Ministerial Roundtable of Knowledge Sharing, Innovation and Digitalization as Catalysts to Rural Transformation and contributions to SDGs in Asia and the Pacific, with special focus on scale-up and how to go from ambition to implementation. But first, it is my great pleasure to invite the FAO Director General, Dr. Chu Dongyu, to give us an opening speech. So, Director General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dion. And thank you, JJ King and colleagues from all over the world, and the excellencies. Good morning from Rome. In the fall of 2020, I launched the 1,000 Digital Villages initiative with the aim of stimulating knowledge sharing and accelerating support for the digitalization of rural villages worldwide. The Digital Village Initiative is a country-led, bottom-up, and flexible approach to facilitate members' efforts to accelerate, expand, and scale up sustainable, affordable, and inclusive digital services and innovations for rural communities. The Digital Village has three dimensions. One, for agricultural production, agriculture focuses on the improving productivity by using ICTs and relevant digital solutions. Two, for farmers' lives, digital farm service focus on enhancing farmers' accessibility to different kinds of social economic services in terms of financial services, social protection, and employment. And three, for the village, digital services support the rural transformation by enhancing delivery of public service on health, education, jobs, welfare, and tourism, including eco-tourism and agro-tourism. This initiative is part of a larger vision of the digital FAO to turn ambitions into concrete action on the ground. And even more relevant to the new strategy of innovation, science, and innovation, which endorsed last week by the FAO FAO Council. You know, under the guidance of FAO strategy framework for next 10 years. You see the world now, we are dependent on the innovation and the sustainability and the solidarity. Digitalization is the most efficient, inclusive way. Yeah, I know there's a lot of FLR on the screen. You have to recognize digitalization not only part of the business, it's part of the way of production, part of the way of the lifestyle, part of the way of the governance. So that is the beauty of the digital world. We are now living in the digital world. It's not a cultural world. It's not the industrial world. It's a digital world. It is a push to action beyond the strategy and the planning now, because the Asia Pacific region, you always take the leading role in this aspect. I really appreciate all the efforts made by the your colleagues together with Mr. King. And each region, I said 2 years ago, you have your own advantage to share with others. But digitalization is not an end of itself. It is a means of help achieve the four betters. better production, better nutrition, better environment, a better life for all, leaving no one behind. Now you look back, 3 years debating and during the governing bodies of FAO, now you really take the ownership of FAO strategy framework for betters by the politicians, leaders, ministers, and I hope all the FAO staff and the members and all the key partners. Also, I saw the some guests from financial institutions like ADB and World Bank and others. So please take the ownership. 4 betters is our future. You can't ignore the one better from another. It's interlinked. Even now, we are facing the food crisis in the world. So we should fix the problem from the start point of the better production first. It is rooted in the examining and sharing best digital practices in rural areas, inspire the implication, first the new ideas, ensure the inclusivity, so everyone can benefit from digital innovation. This pilot program for the Asia Pacific region operationalizes this knowledge sharing. There are some excellent examples of rural digitalization in this region. Early this year, I visited the digital village in Bangladesh, one of the 60 digital villages that have been involved in recent years. I was very much impressed. Dear colleagues, FAO brings together members and partners from the academia, private sector, civil society, international cooperators, and all the sister agents of UN families on an interactive platform to showcase best practices and ideas and learning from each other. The platform built on an enabling ecosystem for this technological innovations so that the concept of digital village can grow, adapt, and further evolve. In Asia and the Pacific, there are several models to develop and foster the digitalization of rural areas. In China, digitalization of rural areas is extensive. The same is true for India and many others. FAO has a critical role to play in offering this centralized knowledge to our members in a useful and usable way, including through the new tools and the methodology to carry out field studies where needed. FAO can provide support through the analytic capacity as well as other digital service as a part of the FAO digital portfolio. FAO has recently become a member of the Digital Public Goods Alliance, highlighting our commitment to the development and the championing of digital public goods that have achieved the sustainable agri-food systems, and that contributed to the UN Secretarial Roadmap for Digital Collaboration and the Sustainable Development Goals. And the Secretary General, he made a remarks and a statement just yesterday on the youth and innovation on the UN Ocean Summit conference in Lisbon. It's highlighted how the youth and can promote, advocate the digitalization and the innovation. This pilot program is based on assessment from 8 countries in the region and is currently being piloted through the national partners, including government agencies, research centers, and academia. More than 100 digital villages across Asia and the Pacific have been designated from these 8 countries for digital readiness assessment. Dear colleagues, digital village initiative complement FAO hand-in-hand initiatives by focusing on the deployment of a digital service among rural farmers, fisher folks, rural women, and youth. It accelerates the transformation of mobile phones into new agricultural tools to have the small scale and the family farmers benefit from economic and technological development. Digital literacy and financial autonomy can unlock the opportunities for rural women to contribute to the village economy and the household welfare. And it has helped them to contribute more effectively to improving food nutrition, reducing poverty, and enhancing social cohesion. The transformation to the digital value chain can also be a powerful tool to support our youth and have them contribute to rural vitalization and develop the local sustainable agro-food economies. Inspired by the opportunity that the digitalization of their rural community can offer, this same young people could also slow or even reverse the flight from the rural to urban areas. And you can imagine all the seeds, small island development states, far away from end markets, and now the new innovative tools for them to depend on. It's a digital hub, which can benefit from most to those vulnerable countries and people. Youth can be our champion on the ground. They are the digital generation, no matter from Africa, Latin America, Asia, Pacific Island, or mountains. All younger generation are already united in the digital world. I think 80% of young people younger than 40 years old, they look at the social media and digital information rather than read the traditional newspaper or watching TV. Even myself, I'm closer to the 60 years old. King, you also we are a generation now. I didn't watch the TV during past 3 years. Yeah. And even before that, I didn't follow the TV about 12 years, occasionally, because it's so slow. I'm not critical to the TV. Some people like it, but for me, I use the 5 minutes. I got all the information. Yeah, of course, if we can listen in a beautiful language, Chinese or English or French or Spanish, all the UN languages, you can follow the TV because they're speak so nicely in tone. But for me, I think, of course, you can follow this other social media also. You can learn in a beautiful language. So I think it's digital world. We are working in and we are working for digital generation. That's FAO, all these people older than 50 years, we have to realize who is our customer. What is the majority of our custom? No matter how developing or developed the nation. That's I said so many times. Even with your family, younger generation. Yeah, because if we didn't follow the digital world, you can't have enough information to share with them. Yeah, that's why they call us. If we are not transform ourselves, we will be out of generation. Yeah. So the private sector is a critical partner to reap the benefit of digital innovation together with other key stakeholders, including UN organizations and international financial institutions. FAO co-leads the Global Coalition for Digital Food System Innovation to address the challenges of agri-food system transformation. Today's event provides the opportunity to hear about the progress made on this transformation through the digitalization. I encourage all the ministers and the key partners to take the ownership and to prepare ourselves for the younger generation and for our potential customers. As well as show how scaling up digitalization of the rural communities will accelerate our driving forward towards achieving the sustainable development goals. It is about accelerating the end of the hunger and poverty and inequalities. Digital village can help achieve the agent transformation to more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, more sustainable agri-food system. Because digitalization of agriculture and food reverse driving force to push transformation by new technology, by new way of doing business, and by the new younger generation who are taking our agricultural systems going on from one generation to another, which is critical to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals And thank you all for your all the support and the cooperation, and to be take the useful. Maybe we are not used by natural age, but we keep our heart and mind. Yeah, I always say head and heart. Yeah, to be useful and to be younger, closer to our younger generation, because they are our future. Digital world is our future. Yeah, and in the end, we have a non-digital world, and we have another digital world. So in the coming years, maybe 5 years, you will see only two worlds, not developing and developed. We only have a digital world, non-digital world. Thank you. Let's work on that. Thank you.
Digital world is in front of us. Thank you so much, DG, Director General, for your speech and for setting the stage for us with very pragmatic and action-oriented points. They're all directly relevant to our session. But before we start the roundtable, if I can ask our panelists to turn on their cameras for a group photos, please. So cameras on, smiles on, and we take a moment. Cameras on, smiles on, the best smile. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We can resume our session now. Thank you. So as we heard from the Director General, the digital is very much in focus. And if we look at the Digital Village Initiative, it provides us a bridge between the country's digital agriculture strategy, the development of it, and on-the-ground applications to advance the implementation of digitalization. So Digital Village ecosystem approach implemented by FAO in Asia and the Pacific region covers 5 core attributes. The basic infrastructure, demand for digital services, supply of digital services, economic and business sustainability, and local ownership. This brings us a question: how to transition from the ambition to implementation? And in this session, we will have the opportunity to hear more about initiatives and strategies to scale up digitalization for inclusive rural transformation. We have 45 minutes total. We exhausted about 20 minutes already. We will start with interventions by honorable ministers, followed by the partners. So if we can please have 5 minutes to each to help us out keep the schedule. So first, it is my great pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister of Agriculture of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, the Honorable Dr. Muhammad Abdur Razak, to give us his speech. So, Your Honor, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. And I know it's a good morning probably in Europe. Honorable Director General, I have heard his speech. I thank IFO for inviting me as a panelist. I thank Director General Dr. Q. Dong Q. He is a good friend of Bangladesh. He has visited Bangladesh. Still we remember every moment he has been around us in Bangladesh. We enjoyed his company and we had a very successful APRC. Again, I thank for selecting Bangladesh as a venue and we could host that program.
Thank you.
Successfully. It's an opportunity. I look forward to see you sometime in Rome or somewhere else. Bangladesh recognizes that the widespread adoption of digital technologies by agricultural businesses is one of the efficient ways to further stimulate improved rates of productivity of growth. Bangladesh farmers have already demonstrated a readiness to adopt digital technologies and to adapt it to their farming environments. For example, few companies use artificial intelligence in farming, which enables producers to scan their fields and monitor each stage of the crop production cycle. Utilizing such tools not only improves resource use, but also enhances remote maintenance and quick decision-making. As Bangladesh is continuing its rapid development, mobile technologies and agricultural mobile application will play a significant role in the efforts to achieve socio-economic change. Ministry of Agriculture has introduced 23 mobile applications and provide wide range of services and information to rural farmers. This application covers almost entire agriculture cycle from extension services through Kishoker Janala, window of farmers and agricultural information services, as well as very accurate district-specific weather information to e-commerce platform such as Shadai and Krishi Bazaar. Those are Bengali name. Bangladesh Rice Knowledge Bank highlights country-specific, up-to-date information on rice and rice-based cropping system for farmers and extension workers in Bangladesh. These are just few examples of mobile application that government is supporting to accelerate the digital transformation of agriculture. This development and many more still in their very early stages. So there is an enormous amount of work to be done before digital technologies and information system become mainstream in Bangladesh, and potential productivity gains are realized across the sectors. Bangladesh has taken necessary steps to prepare for digital integration as well as fourth industrial revolution. Launch of 5G network, a third submarine cable coming in 2023, and establishment of 39 tech parks are among the programs undertaken or currently under implementation. Another low-hanging fruit is digitalization along the agri-food value chain. For instance, following the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown restriction in 2020, e-commerce giants and online marketing platforms such as Chaldal, Daraz, and Picabo have been tremendous growth, sometimes to an extent that leaves them unable to fulfill demand because of supply shortage. All this brings great opportunities for farmers and rural informal sectors producer to be connected with the market through online marketplace platform. Supporting young startups could contribute significantly in supporting new, innovative, more dynamic and growth-oriented marketing platforms. I would like to thank FAO for the field visit we undertook together with Director General Q when he visited Bangladesh in March this year. As I may recall, he was very impressed with the Borua Chala Fish Farmers Association and had promised to offer support to further improve their livelihoods by incorporating their village into FAO 100 Digital Village Initiative. I am pleased to inform you that the FAO and Director of Fisheries official, together with the community members, have worked hand in hand to keep and implement our promise to live up with our pledges. The fish farmers from Buria Chala and Diofo officials with support from FAO had a chance to visit and learn from other existing digital villages in the country. Already in Buria Chala village community, with technical support from FAO and DF, have gone ahead and formulated their digital village strategy and work plan, which will translate their vision into reality. I would like to assure you of my government support in scaling up the digital villages to enhance farmer access to information for improved productivity under sustainable ecosystem management and marketing of their products. Digital technologies hold much promise for agriculture in Bangladesh and provide new opportunities to facilitate improved productivity, which will be critical for the continued growth of the sector. The political commitment for sustainable digitalization of agriculture value chain in Bangladesh will not only contribute to increase its productivity, but also reduce costs while improving the quality through scientific innovative practices. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Kiu, for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, for this excellent and informative speech. I take the opportunity to congratulate Bangladesh for their commitment to continue their impressive progress in digital transformation in food and agriculture. And from your opening, we could also see a fantastic progress on using digital to stimulate socioeconomic transformation, use of artificial intelligence, big data, and also we could see in action 23 applications and forward thinking. I think I heard 39 technology parks being in the pipeline. So thank you so much for sharing this with us. I now have the honor to invite the Honorable Mr. Mensai Khan Kadzakjayev, Minister of Food, Agriculture and Light Industry of Mongolia, to give his speech by a pre-recorded video statement. If I can ask our colleagues to please run the video from the Minister now. Thank you.
Эрхэм мөндөд сайд төлөөлөгчдөө нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн байгууллагын захим сум санаачлагын нээлтийн үйл ажиллагаанд Монгол Улсын засгийн газрыг төлөөлөн оролцчууд баяртай байна. Мөн зөвшөөрлийг ашиглан нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн байгууллагын ерөнхий захирал доктор Чу Донгю, нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн байгууллагын Аз номхон толгойн бүсийн захирал доктор Жон Жин Ким болон энэхүү арга хэмжээг зохион байгуулж байгаа нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн байгууллагын хамт олон талархал илэрхийлье. Дэлхийд дахинд гарсан цар тахал, улс орондын мөргөлдөөн болон байгалийн гамшигуд нь хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн тогтолцооны тогтвортой байдлыг сорж, олон улсын болон дотоодын хүнсний аюулгүй байдлын эмзэг байдлыг харуулж буй цаг үед бид амьдарч байна. Монгол Улсын засгийн газар хүнсний аюулгүй байдлыг хангах, хүнсний тэжээллэг чанарыг сайжруулах, хүнсний тогтвортой тогтолцоог бий болгоход чиглэсэн ажлуудыг их хэмжүүлж байгаа хэдий ч тогтвортой хөгжлийн зорилтууд тэр дундаа тогтвортой хүнсний тогтолцоог бий болгох ажил нь хялбар бишүүлээ. Монгол Улсын засгийн газар нийгмийн хөгжил, эдийн засгийн өсөлт, амьдралын чанарыг сайжруулах зорилгоор хөдөө аж ахуйн байгаль орчин зэрэг гол салбаруудад тавьж буй тодорхой зорилтуудыг тусгасан алсын араа 20 баримт бичиг баталсан. Хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн хөнгөн үйлдвэрийн салбарын тус баримт бичих нь газар тариалан мал аж ахуйн салбарын бүтээмжийг нэмэгдүүлэхэд онцгой анхаарал хандуулж, малын тооцоолгоог бичээрийн даацтай уялдуулан зохицуулах, газар тариалангийн бүс нутгийн эрчимтсэн мал аж ахуйг хөгжүүлэх, мал аж ахуйн салбарын өрсөлдөх чадварыг дээшлүүлж, экспортод онцгой ач холбогдол өгч, олон улсын стандартыг нэвтрүүлэх зорилтуудыг тавьсан. Түүнчлэн иргэдэд эрүүл аюулгүй хүнсний бүтээгдэхүүнээр хангах, хөдөө аж ахуйн нэмийн үртгийн сүлжээг хөгжүүлэх, өрсөлдөх чадвартай ажлыг бэлтгэх, ажлын байр нэмэгдүүлэх ажлуудыг тусгаж өглөө. Энэ хүрээнд Монгол Улсын засгийн газар хүнсний үйлдвэрлэл, шим тэжээлтэй хоол хүнс, байгаль орчин болон амьдралын нөхцөлийг илүү сайжруулахад анхаарч үйл ажиллагаагаа эрчимжүүлж байна. Байгаль дээлтэй үйлдвэрлэлийн үйл ажиллагаа тогтвортой тогтолцоог хөгжүүлэх, хүнсний аюулгүй байдал болон хоол тэжээлийг сайжруулах, ажлын байр өртгийн сүлжээг нэмэгдүүлэх чадварыг бэхжүүлэх, сайн засагтыг дэмжих чиглэсэн нэгдсэн арга барилыг хэрэгжүүлнэ. Эдгээр төлөвлөгөө болон зорилтуудыг хэрэгжүүлэхэд захим шилжилт болон мэдээллийн технологи нэг чухал үүрэг гүйцэтгэх болно. Монгол Улсын захим шилжилтийн хамгийн амжилттай хэрэгжсэн хөтөлбөрүүдийн нэг бол иргэд аж ахуйн нэгжүүдэд төрийн үйлчлэгийг хурдан шургаа хүргэх, захим засаглалыг бий болгох зорилготой Монголиа хөтөлбөр бөгөөд өнөөдрийн байдлаар тус системээр төрийн нийт 630 үйлчлэгийг хүргэж байна. Хөдөө аж ахуйн хүнсний системийн захим шилжилтэнд Монгол Улсын засгийн газар онцгой ач холбогдол өгч байгаа бөгөөд тус чиглэлээр нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн байгууллагатай болон бусад олон улсын байгууллагатай нягт хамтран ажиллаж салбарын захим хөгжлийг ахиулсаар ирлээ. Хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн салбарт мэдээллийн технологи инновацийг нэвтрүүлснээр сүүлийн жилүүдэд мэдэгдэхүй захил ахиц дэвшил гарч байна. Тогтвортой, дэлхийд өрсөлдөхүйц хөдөө аж ахуйн салбарыг бий болгож, хөгжлийн тодорхой зорилтуудыг даван туулахын тулд бид захим технологи инновацийг ашиглаж байна. Хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн хөнгөн үйлдвэрийн яамнаас 2020 онд харилцаа холбоо мэдээллийн технологийн газартай хамтран нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн байгууллага болон олон улсын цахилгаан холбооны нэгдлийн техникийн туслалцаатаагаар захим хөдөө аж ахуйн үндэсний стратеги боловсруулж баталсан. Тус стратеги нь хөдөө аж ахуйн салбарт шинжлэх ухаан, захим инновацийг нэвтрүүлэхэд чиглэсэн бодлогын гол стратеги механизм болж байна. Захим хөдөө аж ахуйн стратеги хүртээмжтэй хөдөө аж ахуйн салбарын захимшилчдыг дэмжих чиглэсэн гол үйл ажиллагааг төлөвлөх, доктортой хөгжүүлэхэд гол оролцогч талуудад идэх оролцоог нэмэгдүүлэх, хамтран ажиллах боломжийг олгох чиглэсээ. Монгол Улсын засгийн газар хөдөө аж ахуйн салбарыг өрсөлдөх чадвартай дотоодын бие даасан эдийн засагтай болгоход мэдээллийн технологи чухал үр гүйцэтгэхээс гадна малын эрүүл мэнд хүнсний аюулгүй байдлыг хангахад үр дүнтэй эерэг нөлөөллийг үзүүлнэ. Хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн салбарын захимшилчдийн хувьд Монгол Улс үндэсний болон орон нутгийн хэмжээнд хэд хэдэн чухал захим шийдэл системүүдийг нэвтрүүлсэн билээ. Жишээ болгонд ордоход малын эрүүл мэндийн нэгдсэн систем буюу МАХИС нь манай мал болон малын гаралтай бүтээгдэхүүний гарал үүсэл мөшгөх тогтолцоог бий болгох шийдэл бөгөөд гоц салбарт халдвар төвчний дэглэлтийг тодорхойлох, мал амтны эрүүл мэндийн тандалт урьдчилан сэргийлэх, тэмцэх арга хэмжээг сайжруулах зорилготоос гадна мал эмнэлгийн үйл ажиллагааг дэмжих ил тод нээлттэй болгох чиглэсэн юм а. Тус систем болон гар утасны аппликейшнийг ашиглан хэрэглэгчдад махны гарал үүслийг тогтоох боломжийг олгосон. Түүнчлэн нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн байгууллагын техникийн дэмжлэгээр малыг ялган тэмдэглэх, бүртгэх систем, ургамлын гаралтай үүсэл, агрохимийн бүртгэл, хяналтын систем, хөдөө аж ахуйн ухаалаг хяналтын самбар, хүнсний ногооны урамшууллын системийг тус хөгжүүлэн нэвтрүүлж байна. Цаашид хөдөө аж ахуйн салбарын эдийн засгийн эргэлтийг сайжруулах, аж ахуйн нэгжид, малчид, тарилчдын зах зээлийн боломжийг нэмэгдүүлэхэд эдгээр цахим системүүдийг улсын хэмжээнд нэвтрүүлэх, хөдөө аж ахуйн биржийн системтэй холбох шаардлагатай байна. Сүүлийн 3 жилийн хугацаанд хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн хөнгөн үйлдвэрийн яам нь нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн байгууллага, дэлхийн худалдааны байгууллагатай хамтран малыг ялган тэмдэглэх, бүртгэх системийг туршилтаар нэвтрүүлж, малыг ялган тэмдэглэх, бүртгэх шинжилсэн аргачлалыг амжилттай туршиж, Уврангаа аймгийн Зорилтод дөрвөн суманд 197 мянган толгой малыг эмгэгжүүлэн бүртгэх систем болон гар утасны аппликейшнийг нэвтрүүллээ. Богино хугацаанд тус систем нь малын өвчний хяналтыг оновчлох, талуудын мэдээлэл солилцоог сайжруулах замаар экспорт шаардлагатай бүтээгдэхүүний баталгаажуулалтын журмыг дэмжихээс гадна дотоодын зах зээлд хүнсний аюулгүй байдлыг сайжруулах, малын үржлийг сайжруулах, малын хулгайн гэмт хэрэгээс урьдчилан сэргийлэх юм а. Урт хугацаанд тус систем нь үржлийн нэгжүүдэд шаардлагатай гүйцэтгэлийн бүртгэл, малын менежментийг хийх болцоог олгоно. Мал аж ахуйн захин менежментийн систем нь хөдөө аж ахуйн нэмэн өртгийн сүлжээг бүтээмж болон хяналтыг нэмэгдүүлэх, экспортод чиглэсэн мал аж ахуйн үйлдвэрлэлийг нэмэгдүүлэх үр дүнтэй арга юм а. Монгол Улсын засгийн газраас 2021 оны 12 сард Монгол Улсын эдийн засгийн тусгаар тогтнолыг бэхжүүлэх, шинэ төрлийн коронавирусын цар тахлын эдийн засагт үзүүлэх сөрөг нөлөөллийг бууруулах, хөгжлийн саад бэрхшээлийг нэн даруй шийдвэрлэх зорилготой шинэ сэргэлтийн бодлогыг баталсан. Хэлийн бомб, эрчим хүч, аж үйлдвэр, хөдөө орон нутаг, хот суран газар, ногоон хөгжил, төрийн үйлчлэгээний бүтээн зэрэг Монгол Улсын хөгжлийг хязгаарч буй 6 багц асуудлыг шийдвэрлэхэд шинэ сэргэлтийн бодлого захим шилжилт, мэдээллийн технологи ачаалал чухал ач холбогдлыг үзүүлнэ. Үүнд бид нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн байгууллагатай хамтран захим сум, орон нутгийн хөгжлийг дэмжих чиглэсэн улс нутгийн хөгжлийн салбарт хамтран ажиллана. Тиймээс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн байгууллагын захим сум төслийн хүрээнд захим экосистем болон сумдын хөгжлийн стратеги боловсруулах, Монгол Улсын нөхцөл тохирсон захим экосистемийг хөгжүүлэхэд дэмжлэг үзүүлэх, олон улстай захим шилжилтийн талаарх мэдлэг туршлага солилцох зорилгоор 5 сумыг сонгон шалгаруулад байна. Монгол Улсын засгийн газрын хэрэгжүүлж буй төслүүдийн хувьд олон улсын байгууллагууд мөн хувийн хөгжлийн байгууллагатай нэгт хамтран ажиллаж байна. Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүнс хөдөө аж ахуйн байгууллагын 1000 захим сум төсөл болон Аз номхон талан бус нутагт цаашлаад дэлхийн хэмжээнд хөдөө орон нутгийн хөгжлийг захимжуулахад чиглэсэн олон нийт мэдээлэл хүргэх ажилд нь амжилт хүсье. Энэхүү нээлтийн арга хэмжээнд цаашдын хамтын ажиллагааны эхлэл болно гэдэгт би итгэж байна. Баярлалаа.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We thank the Minister for excellent and informative speech. I take also this opportunity to reaffirm FAO's continued support to Mongolia to help achieve their ambitious plans for digital Mongolia, including the e-agriculture strategy. And we thank the Minister for giving us few examples of digitalizations, in particular on digital livestock management and future plans for integrated approach. I now have the pleasure to invite the Honorable Mr. Saifrul Yassin Limpo, Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia, to give us his speech. The speech is given via recorded video statement. So colleagues, if we can please play the speech. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang sangat saya muliakan Direktur Jenderal FAO, Dr. Gu Donxiu, bersama seluruh jajaran FAO, Asisten Dirjen FAO untuk wilayah Asia Pasifik, yang sama saya hormati, para Menteri Pertanian, dan peserta pertemuan yang sama-sama saya muliakan. Ini merupakan suatu kehormatan bagi saya diundang pada acara peluncuran ini. Kami sampaikan apresiasi tertinggi kepada FAO atas inisiatif 1000 desa digital untuk mendukung negara anggota mempercepat digitalisasi menuju sistem pangan pertanian dan pembangunan pedesaan yang makin inklusif dan berkelanjutan. Kami juga sampaikan terima kasih kepada FAO Regional Asia Pasifik yang memberi kesempatan bagi Indonesia menjadi salah satu negara pilot inisiatif ini. Kami percaya upaya ini akan berkontribusi penting dalam pencapaian tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan tahun 2030, serta mendukung terwujudnya pertanian Indonesia yang semakin maju, mandiri, dan modern padanya. Hadirin yang sama saya hormati, sejalan dengan tema sesi ini, Forum Ambition to Implementation, kami akan berbagi singkat terkait kebijakan dan upaya pemerintah memfasilitasi akselerasi digitalisasi pertanian untuk membangun desa yang makin inklusif. Bagi kami, modernisasi pertanian merupakan suatu keharusan dan TIK atau Teknologi Informasi dan Komunikasi berperan kunci dalam pembangunan pertanian Indonesia di masa akan datang. Dengan dukungan TIK, pertanian yang berada di sentra produksi yang sulit dijangkau dikarenakan kondisi geografis dengan mudah dapat mengakses informasi dari ibu kota Jakarta atau bahkan dari pasar dunia terkait budidaya pertanian yang baik dan lebih menguntungkan. Hal ini merupakan upaya untuk mewujudkan prinsip live no one behind dalam sistem pangan kita ke depan. Untuk itu kami sampaikan apresiasi kepada FAO Indonesia yang sangat ingin membantu kami menyusun kebijakan strategis nasional implementasi pertanian digital atau e-agriculture. Strategi nasional nantinya diharapkan menjadi bahan acuan pemanfaatan TIK di sektor pertanian. Bapak dan hadirin sekalian yang sama saya hormati, tantangan terbesar penerapan teknologi di sektor pertanian adalah kapasitas petani yang ada di desa. Indonesia adalah salah satu negara dengan mayoritas petani berusia di atas 40 tahun dan didominasi petani kecil dan marginal. Bagi mereka teknologi merupakan hal yang sulit diadaptasi dan berbiaya tinggi, sehingga tidak mudah mengenalkan manfaat teknologi kepada petani yang ada itu. Hal ini mendasari kami memperkuat peran penyuluh pertanian melalui program Kosra Tani. Program ini ditunjukkan untuk meningkatkan literasi digital penyuluh serta memperkenalkan manfaat digitalisasi pertanian bagi petani. Kami berupaya mempersempit kesenjangan antara kelayakan dan keterjangkauan teknologi. Selain itu, kami juga mendorong para petani muda atau millennial farmers untuk berinovasi dengan teknologi, termasuk berbasis lokal dan memanfaatkan digitalisasi dalam budidaya dan pemasaran produk pertanian sehingga dapat berdaya saing di pasar global. Kami berharap membangun Agriculture War Room sebagai jembatan informasi antara pengambil kebijakan hingga petani yang ada di desa. Berbasis teknologi terkini, AWR, Agriculture War Room itu menjadi dasar pengambilan kebijakan yang lebih akurat, efisien, holistik, dan inklusif. Kami terus mengembangkan kemitraan multi pihak dengan FAO, World Bank, Microsoft, universitas, serta berbagai startup yang bergerak di sektor pangan pertanian untuk memastikan inklusivitas dan investasi yang berkelanjutan. Bapak dan hadirin yang sama saya hormati, inisiatif desa digital sejalan dengan upaya kami mewujudkan sektor pertanian di pedesaan. Dalam hal ini penyuluh pertanian dan petani milenial yang telah lebih dahulu terekspos dengan digitalisasi menjadi pintu penting terwujudnya ekosistem desa digital itu. Melalui desa digital yang terkoneksi dengan AWR inklusif petani dalam setiap kebijakan pangan dapat kita wujudkan, di mana petani dapat menyampaikan langsung kondisi pertanian kepada halayak yang ada. Kedepan, kami akan terus meningkatkan akses petani terhadap digitalisasi pertanian, termasuk akses ke pembiayaan, sehingga semakin merata dan dirasakan manfaatnya hingga petani di pelosok yang terpencil yang ada di Indonesia. Sebagai penutup, kami mengapresiasi berbagai inisiatif FAO untuk memperkuat sistem pangan dan pertanian yang ada di Indonesia, termasuk melalui inisiatif desa digital ini. Melalui presidensi G20 tahun 2022, kami menetapkan digitalisasi pertanian sebagai salah satu isu prioritas kelompok kerja pertanian. Kami siap berbagi pengalaman dengan berbagai pihak dalam mengembangkan kebijakan dan program-program yang mendukung pemanfaatan TIK di sektor pertanian demi pemenuhan hak atas pangan bagi penduduk Indonesia. Terima kasih atas segala perhatian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Menteri Pertanian Indonesia, Sahrul Yassin Limpo.
Thank you very much, Minister. I thank the Minister for excellent informative speech, and I would like to also take this opportunity to reaffirm FAO's support to Indonesia to develop its e-agriculture strategy in line with high digitalization ambitions. We also thank the Minister for walking the talk and giving us some key points on key examples of transformative actions, but also noting the needs to work more on capacity building and accessibility. So those are well taken for our roundtable discussion. And now I have the pleasure to invite the Honorable Mr. Chang Hwang-keun, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs of the Republic of Korea, to deliver his statement, which we will hear also by a pre-recorded video. Colleagues, if you can please play the video.
FAO 아태 지역 회원국 여러분, 안녕하십니까? 대한민국 농림축산식품부 장관 정황근입니다. FAO 아태 지역 사무소에서 준비한 오늘의 행사가 영내 회원국의 농업 발전에 기여할 수 있기를 바라며 이런 뜻깊은 자리에 참여하게 되어 기쁘게 생각합니다. 전 세계는 코로나19 팬데믹을 겪으면서 농식품 시스템을 회복시켜야 하는 과제를 안게 되었습니다. 이러한 여건 하에서 FAO는 작년 1월에 농촌 지역의 디지털 기술과 교육을 지원하고 디지털화 우수 사례를 공유하기 위해 1000개 디지털 마을 이니셔티브를 착수하였습니다. 이를 이어받아 아태 지역 사무소에서 운영하게 되는 지식 공유 플랫폼은 영내 농촌 지역의 디지털화에 크게 기여할 것으로 기대합니다. 기후변화와 탄소 중립, 디지털 전환 등 산업 환경은 급변하고 있으며 농업, 농촌은 중대 전환기를 맞고 있습니다. 한국 정부는 AI, 빅데이터 등 첨단 기술을 활용한 스마트 농업으로의 도약을 모색하고 있습니다. 우선 데이터의 수집과 활용, R&D를 통한 기술 경쟁력 확보 등 스마트 농업의 기반을 다지고 있습니다. 또한 청년농이 스마트팜 운영에 도전할 수 있도록 기술교육, 컨설팅, 임대형 스마트팜 지원 등을 체계적으로 확대할 계획입니다. 대한민국 정부가 농촌의 디지털화 확산을 위해 추진한 대표적인 사업 모델로는 스마트팜 혁신밸리가 있습니다. 김제, 상주, 밀양, 고흥 등 한국 지역 농업의 거점 4곳에 혁신밸리를 조성하여 이곳에서 스마트팜에 특화된 인력을 양성하고 각종 시설 장비 등을 실증하여 스마트팜 관련 기업들이 기술 혁신을 지원하고 있습니다. 스마트팜 창업 초기의 리스크를 줄일 수 있도록 임대형 스마트팜도 확대할 계획입니다. 이러한 노력의 결과로 한국 스마트 농업의 성과가 나타나고 있습니다. 한국의 서남지역 강진의 파프리카 수출 농장은 스마트팜 도입으로 생산성과 품질을 향상시켜 매출액이 9배로 성장했습니다. 한국의 비농업 분야 대기업에 다니던 청년이 스마트팜 창업으로 연 2억 원 이상의 소득을 올리는 등 청년들의 농업 분야 창업이 활발해지고 있습니다. 스마트 농업이 우리 농촌을 새로운 기회의 땅으로 만들어 나가고 있습니다. 한국은 이러한 스마트 농업 관련 기술을 다른 국가에 전수하기 위해 노력하고 있습니다. ODA 사업 방식을 통해 2019년 베트남, 우즈베키스탄을 시작으로 올해는 현재 5개 국가의 스마트팜 기술을 지원하고 있습니다. 아무쪼록 이번에 출범하는 플랫폼이 영내 농촌 발전을 이끌어갈 회원국에게 실질적인 도움을 제공할 수 있기를 바랍니다. 한국 정부도 FAO와 함께 노력해 나가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Minister. I thank the Minister for excellent and informative speech. I would like to also congratulate the Republic of Korea for being a regional pioneer in digital technologies innovation and smart farming technologies. We've also seen some concrete examples, in particular around smart villages, use of AI, but also a concept of sharing the technologies and support to others. With this, I would like to invite the Honorable Lautea Schmidt, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries of Samoa, to deliver his statement, which we will also hear by a pre-recorded video. If colleagues, if you can please play the video.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished candidates, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from the government and the people of Samoa. And I am honored to join you to this very important event. Please allow me to thank the FAO Director General, Dr. Yu Dong-yu, for his excellent leadership in identifying and upscaling various content-specific digital solutions that will both stabilize and improve nutrition and food security for the world's population. This strive to find solution that leaves no one behind is particularly important during these uncertain times triggered by still ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the growing price of food, energy, fertilizer, associated with the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine. The Digital Village initiative that has been launched today is very relevant, not only to Samoa, but also to many other Pacific Island development states or SIDS in the Pacific and beyond. Digital innovation solutions are on the rise all over the world. In the Pacific, we don't have to look further than our next door neighbors in Asia to see what the positive results and transformation such solution can bring when it comes to improving nutrition and food security. In SIDS, overall, livelihood and development context is uniquely challenging, and we predict it to stay challenging in the future. Digitalizations of agri-food system is one of the solutions crushed that would be like to explore in detail with the urgency. Our governments, communities, businesses, and producers in Samoa and across the Pacific have begun innovating successfully. For example, in Samoa, we are working with the FAO to develop a national e-agriculture plan, and several local development digital initiatives were identified and showcased during the SIDS Solution Forum that took place in August last year. While expanding these local ideas, we are also urged to learn, share knowledge and experience with other countries. An FAO new Digital Village Initiative platform is a perfect opportunity to do just that. Thank you for your attention, and God bless you all.
We thank the Minister for his excellent and informative speech and also strong support for Digital Village Initiative. And now I have a great pleasure to invite our partners. And the first one we have, our first speaker from our partner is from International Telecommunications Union. If I can please invite Ms. Atsuko Okuda, the ITU Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific, to give a short statement on behalf of ITU. Ms. Okuda, if you have the floor.
Thank you, Dijan. Excellencies, FAO Director General Mr. Koo and ADG Mr. Kim, distinguished panelists and participants, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. First of all, I would like to begin by thanking the organizer, FAO, for inviting ITU to this very timely and important event. My name is Atsuko Okuda. I am the Regional Director of ITU Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. And perhaps we can start the presentation. Thank you. Next slide, please. So I would like to start by introducing ITU. As you may know, ITU is the oldest UN agency specialized for information and communication technologies. And today I will talk about the development work of ITU, which is relevant to Digital Village of FAO. Next slide, please. As you may know, ITU has just organized the World Telecommunication Development Conference in Kigali, Rwanda, 10 days ago. And as you see on the screen, there were resolutions and proposals and contributions from 193 member countries plus industry members to decide the emerging and important topics, including connecting the unconnected, which is a common goal between FAO and ITU by 2030. Next slide, please. So let me start by sharing some of the figures on where we stand to connect the unconnected. As you see on the screen, ITU released a report called ITU Facts and Figures 2021, which revealed that because of COVID-19, between 2019 and 2021, there were about 800 million new internet users who were able to access the internet for the first time. However, although the number increased and improved, and now it stands 4.9 billion people online, we still have 2.9 billion people offline, and 96% of 2.9 billion people are residing in developing countries. Next slide, please. Now, additionally, because of COVID-19, the digital divide and the characteristics have evolved slightly. And I believe that this trend and characteristics are increasingly very important for all of us. As you see on the screen, although we tend to believe that Asia and the Pacific is doing well regarding digital technology and connectivity, we still have a lot to do. As you see on the left-hand side, we stand around 61% compared to other regions. And I hope that with partners such as FAO, we will be able to accelerate the connectivity in rural areas. Additionally, as you see on the screen, there are different characteristics of digital divide, such as rural-urban digital divide. In the case of Asia and the Pacific, it is very pronounced. Additionally, we also observe the gender digital divide, as well as generational gaps, as you see. These are some of the characteristics that define the Asia-Pacific's current status of digital transformation. Next slide, please. Additionally, because of COVID, we also foresee and see the divide related to devices, and more specifically, the affordability of it. As you see on the screen, Asia and the Pacific's affordability of smartphones is still quite unaffordable, and it's more pronounced among the low-income countries. So even though the cellular networks cover rural and remote areas, because of the lack of affordability of devices, many households and families are still unable to access and benefit from such opportunities. Next slide, please. Additionally, the services have become increasingly unaffordable, and that's a new trend that we have observed in 2021. As you see on the screen, we have seen the improvements. As you know, the Broadband Commission set 2% of GNI per capita as the broadband affordability targets. And from 2015, we have seen improvements, which mean that the number of countries with unaffordable broadband has decreased steadily, except in 2021. And this is the result and findings of a policy brief between ITU and Alliance of Affordable Internet. And I will be happy to share the documents for those who are interested in why the affordability is decreasing, because I believe that this is the cause and the challenges that we would like to address with partners such as FAO. Next slide, please. Now, what is it then ITU is doing with FAO and other UN partners? As you know, we are supporting a digital village of FAO through our initiative called Smart Village and Smart Islands, which are synchronized in a way at the application level and the local initiative level. And I would like to touch upon where and how that can take place in my presentation. Next slide, please. So in ITU, we are implementing this initiative in Pakistan, Maldives, and 10 Pacific Island countries at the moment in participation and of course in partnership with FAO and other UN agencies. Next slide, please. So this partnership is very important because as you see on the left-hand side, e-agriculture or digital agriculture is an essential component of the Smart Village, Smart Islands, which is based on a whole of government approach. And in addition, as the FAO colleagues mentioned, digital finance, for example, or mobile health and e-learning are essential components that can support and empower the rural and remote communities. And in particular, in the area of e-agriculture, we have been working closely with FAO to develop the strategy as well as policies and initiatives to support the member countries, as you see on the screen. Now, how do they provide concrete and tangible services to the ground? Next slide, please. This is where the Smart Village, Smart Island, and Smart Cities come in. As you see on the screen, we, ITU, support not only the middle part, we also support the whole of government approach and digital government and digital applications based on the common ICT building blocks. So what are those common ICT building blocks? There are something which are common across sectors and ministries, such as payment, such as national ID, such as GIS services. These are services that could be supported throughout using a whole of government approach. And we hope that the left-hand side approach of digital government can improve the range of services and speed and efficiency of the digital services that you see on the right-hand side. So our Smart Village and Smart Island focus on the middle part, which is the low-cost, scalable, and multi-sectoral collaborative partnerships and platforms that can support on both sides, on the central side, as well as the local initiatives such as Smart Village, Smart Island, and of course, Digital Village of FAO. Next slide, please. So in summary, this is complementary to Digital Village, and I would like to express our sincere appreciation to FAO for being the excellent partner to promote the rural connectivity through our synergies and synergetic partnership. And as I mentioned, we promote the whole of government approach so that we can work with different and supporting sectors such as finance and health and education. And we hope that we can address the differentiated requests and requirements of a community using a phased approach and community perspective, as well as we can energize different partners and stakeholders by capitalizing and mobilizing additional resources and investments through our partnerships. And we hope that this program and our joint initiative will increase the sustainability of rural connectivity initiatives in the medium to long term. And our initiatives are also under discussion of G20 digital economy working groups as we speak. Next slide, please. So thank you very much for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any question you may have, and the QR code will lead us to our Twitter account and LinkedIn account. Thank you very much. Back to you, Dejan.
Thank you very much, dear Atsuko, and great to see you as always. Thank you for your presentation and insights. I reiterate FAO's long-standing collaboration with ITU and FAO's commitment to our strong strategic partnership. We are pressed with time, and let me very quickly then now turn to Mr. Zhang, Chief of Rural Development and Food Security at the Asian Development Bank, to give us his short statement. So, sir, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. DJ. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to distinguished speakers who have just provided their valuable remarks to this important subject. Asian Development Bank would like to congratulate the FAO to launch the 1000 Digital Village initiative. This initiative comes very timely as it assists the member countries to scale up innovative digital solutions to rural and farming communities across the developing world. By taking this opportunity, I'm happy to present ADB positions on the role of the digitalization in rural transformation in Asia and also the Pacific from three perspectives. First, digital solutions play a very important role in to promote the resilient food system, which allow is a key element of the ADB's corporate strategy. ADB's 2030 strategy has identified 7 priority areas, and promoting rural development and food security is one of these 7 priorities. We work on all segments of the food supply chain, starting from the production to the marketing, by providing long and also advisory services. ADB has been investing the average of $2.2 billion annually in agriculture and the natural resources sector to enhance the food security over the last 5 years. In agriculture-related operations, we use every opportunity to introduce digital technologies to scale up agricultural productivities. We are now implementing a project specifically pursuing digitalization of the agricultural sector and also supply chain as well. Between the 2010 to the 2019, ADB, the 7% of the ADB operations investment were related to promotion of digital agriculture as well. Second, I want to share a number of the concrete examples here to show how the digital agriculture works in the ADB operations. ADB projects in the digital agriculture and rural development has been quite diverse and also addresses a range of the needs from the DMCs. For example, we're working to build the data generation and the processing platforms to support the e-commerce in the very rural area in China. We're also working to develop the digital service platforms in Pakistan to support the precision agriculture. We are also exploring customer digital solutions for the livestock sector operations in Mongolia and also the Pakistan. They ensure improve the productivity and also they conserve the rangeland. In wetland, we are conducting the analysis of the market and also product information to support the one coming and the one product certification initiative of the government to support the e-commerce. In Nepal, we are developing the GIS and the remote sensing basis and mapping to support the precision agriculture and also e-commerce in Nepal. As DG Chidong just mentioned about, the role of the private sector was critical. IDB recognized the role of the private sector and the global partnership to scale up the relevant digital technology across the region as well. IDB's private sector operations has been very, very active in supporting the digital technologies. Some of the examples including supporting the early urge startup through the IDB venture and also financing mechanisms scale up their promising technology for small holder farmers as well. Lastly, I want to quickly share, in addition to those examples and also strategic priorities, digital technology also have the very key role to play in two important strategy areas as well. One is promoting climate smart agriculture, and the second is stepping up the nature-based solutions. Digital technology, while we're using the Pakistan and Mongolia to provide the early warning system and the weather forecast in climate smart agriculture. To promote the nature-based solutions, IDB is working to develop the system and the tools that will enable the DMCs to more precisely value the nature. This can be integrated into the natural capital accounting system to understand and also measure the contributions of the nature, as well as help the decision makers identify why the investment most needed to build out their nature-based solutions. Again, digitalizations again will be the major component of this efforts. With this, I would like to look forward to the closer cooperation with FAO to scale up the 1,000 digital village across the region. Thank you so much for your attention and look for the more fruitful discussions. Thank you. Over back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zeng, for your intervention and insights. I note the hope to strengthen the FAO and ADB partnership to support digitalization to member countries and help achieve results. Let me now turn to Mr. Abdelkarim Sma, IFAD lead regional economist of the Asia and Pacific Division, to give an intervention on behalf of IFAD. Mr. Sma, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Tijan. I'm really grateful for the invitation extended to IFAD to take part in this important event to launch the Digital Village Initiative. And I'm also pleased to also take part in this Ministerial Roundtable with Their Excellencies, the Ministers of Bangladesh, Mongolia, Indonesia, Republic of Korea, and Samoa. A really important statement and very insightful. I also would like to congratulate FAO for this important initiative and look forward to really contribute further to the further advancing the digital transformation in the region. The Asia Pacific region is, in my view, at the forefront of the digital transformation agenda. I just wanted to mention one example to illustrate the weight of the region and the growing food e-commerce. 4 out of 5 consumers who buy food online worldwide are from the region. 3 out of 5 consumers who purchase meals online are from the region. This is, of course, mainly driven by mature e-commerce markets in populous countries like China, but less mature markets in India, Indonesia, Thailand are growing fast and catching up. So this is really a fertile ground, I would say, for us to pursue digital solutions at scale. And as you all know, the pandemic crisis has upended the lives and the livelihoods of hundreds of millions. But as this saying goes, every crisis has a silver lining. And in my view, the pandemic silver lining is the noticeable acceleration of the use of digital platforms of various sorts to bring online many people in urban and rural settings alike who were completely offline at the eve of the crisis. This is really noticeable in the region and elsewhere. We in IFAD, we have experienced this firsthand when we launched and deployed the Rural Poor Stimulus Facility, which is meant to inject quick disbursing additional resources to respond to the crisis effects on smallholders, herders, fishermen, etc. So it was clear to us that countries in the region with advanced government-to-person payment ecosystems were able to quickly absorb those incremental resources and significantly expand productive social safety nets. Whereas countries who have not sufficiently invested in e-government solutions struggle to respond and later on to recover. So IFAD, as a sister agency of FAO, is strongly committed to work in partnership with like-minded institutions to foster the uptake of digital solutions in the rural space. I'm convinced that initiatives such as the one we are launching today will significantly contribute to bring the digital revolution to the underserved remote areas where broadband internet connectivity, shortcomings related to digital literacy, and the inadequacy of business models and a variety of other hurdles are preventing the deployment of digital solutions at scale. And here I would like to stress the need for scale. I understand that this initiative has been designed based on a rapid pre-pilot assessment, which reviewed and documented several digital pilots, prototypes from 13 countries. I think once these pilot prototypes and their associated business models are proven to be viable, in other words, when we establish the proof of concept, then we need to bring them to scale while continuously investing to build a pro-poor inclusive digital ecosystem. IFAD business models, as you know, based on sovereign lending and government-led implementation of relatively large investment programs is really the right way to scale up. And we really remain committed to work hand in hand with FAO so we can bring all these initiatives up to the scale where we can really make a significant dent into the digital divide that colleagues from ITU has eloquently expressed to us. We have a significant portfolio in the region. We have an outstanding portfolio worth $8 billion in 20 Asian and Pacific countries, including the 13 countries covered by this initiative. And we've recently conducted a review of ICT4D solution jointly with FAO, by the way, which has shown that there is really room for us to scale up those solutions and really make a significant inroad into digital transformation. Before concluding, I would like just also, besides the scale, I would like just to mention the need and the criticality for forging strategic partnerships. We have really a high visibility partnership with the Republic of South Korea here in IFAD, which has allowed us to triangulate their expertise and their sophisticated knowledge and solutions to less mature markets. And we've been able to use the South-South and triangular modality for that purpose. So I would advocate for using existing modalities of engagement like the South-South and triangular cooperation, which is an integral part of the FAO business model and also the IFAD business model and others to really bring those solutions at scale. So once again, thank you very much for the invitation. As I said, we've already worked with FAO on many of these solutions embedded in the initiative, and we stand ready to scale them and work with others, ADB, FAO, and others, for the benefit of the region and for the benefit of an accelerated digital transformation in the region. With that, I conclude. Thank you very much. Over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sman, for being with us and for your intervention, insights, and support to Digital Villages initiative. And definitely, we note your comments on need to scale up and partnerships. So thank you for that. I take also this opportunity to reiterate the many benefits of the long-standing close collaboration between FAO and IFAD at the country level. I also express my hopes for more ambitious joint initiatives in support of member countries. So even though a little bit late, I apologize for that, but the discussions were very insightful, and I'm pleased to say that presentations included a very actionable and walking the talk, as the minister mentioned, insights. So this brings us to the conclusion of this segment. I would like to thank the Director General, the honorable ministers, and our partners for their excellent and informative presentations. It has been very informative, and we had the opportunity to zoom in into how to transition from ambition to implementation with some specific examples. So at this time, I would like to hand over the floor to Mr. Kim Jong-jin, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for FAO Asia and the Pacific, to facilitate the last session on Digital Village Initiative in the region and the knowledge sharing platform. Mr. Kim, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Durzan. Now we are starting the second session of the ministerial segment today, which is to introduce the Digital Village Initiative platform. As Director General mentioned at his introductory remarks, FAO launched this 1000 Digital Village Initiative 2 years ago to engage with the countries on the scaling of digitalization in rural villages and communities. One main component to assist with this engagement has been the development of an FAO Digital Village knowledge sharing and exchange platform. The Digital Village Initiative web-based platform is designed to facilitate knowledge sharing and exchange. We would like to facilitate sharing and exchanging the experiences, approaches, tools, and information among our member states and others in advancing rural digitalization. FAO's main role under the Digital Village Initiative is to facilitate this sharing of country-driven policies, programs, and initiatives by providing information, knowledge, tools, approaches to enable inclusive, accessible, and sustainable digitalization of rural villages and rural communities. FAO is also supporting our members to develop our digital agriculture strategies and providing advice to help them build capacity to facilitate implementation of digital innovations within agriculture and food systems. In supporting digitalization of rural villages, FAO also offers tools and analytical instruments to generate the data and information and help national partners carry out digital village readiness assessments, providing useful information for digital village development. FAO's approach to digital village development is based on the whole village ecosystem, including infrastructure, digital literacy and awareness, attention to users' needs and capacity, economic feasibility, and local ownership. These are the crucial requirements for sustainable and inclusive development of digitalization of rural villages and communities. In a moment, we'll see and hear examples of country-driven good practices in digital village development from Bangladesh, Indonesia, Thailand, and the Republic of Korea. Other regions are also sharing with us by presenting their good practices here. In this upcoming session, you will hear many interesting stories that I hope will inspire you, with the examples of digital innovation in rural communities across the region, as well as from Africa, Latin America, Europe, and the Near East. We hope the Digital Village Initiative platform becomes a one-stop shop for all digital innovations, digital village initiatives, best practices, and knowledge sources to be easily accessible and publicly shared. With your own review and suggestions, we can build this platform into an ever-growing source of vital information. And through that, we can set our sights firmly on achieving sustainable development goals with better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all, particularly to benefit those in the hardest to reach rural area of our region. I now pass the floor to my colleague Aziz Alberi, a senior economist, who will present concisely in the next 10 minutes the platform and its features. Aziz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. So good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I have the pleasure to give you a very brief tour of this platform, which we have just put out live as of today, and we'll describe some of its main features. And as Mr. Kim mentioned, this is the start, and we are looking forward to improving it on a daily basis. This platform reflects our approach to DVI, as was explained repeatedly by Mr. Kim. And there are basically 4 features to this web-based platform that I will describe very briefly. One is a geospatial database on digital villages that we have identified or currently assessing or have full information on for knowledge sharing. And I will go through that very briefly and basically the database that is being built. The second component of this platform is tools and resources. So we will describe one tool that I presented this morning, and also open that for future other tools that we can include, in addition to other sources of information, both publication, videos, and news. The country briefs will be actually highlighted after this presentation through interventions from the country officers telling their own stories. So you will get a glimpse of what is being done at the field level. And then the fourth one is the exchange, which is the basis for two-way exchange that we hope will be lively and informative. So let me start with the first tab, which describes the growing digital village database. Now you will have here a list of digital villages, actual digital villages that we are compiling. These are selected on the basis of those that were designated from the countries we are working on, some of which are being assessed. Others have been documented and existing from previous initiatives. So they are really good models for us to learn about. And there's a sort of a criteria for their selection. So we have so far about close to 50 that are on the platform today, but the number will be growing by the day. So basically, the basic information we are putting on the page for each of these villages will be the starting point for you to get to learn about the area, the village, the technologies, but also the programs behind them. This page then allows you to search for these village stories on the basis of your interest. So we have three search. You can search by keywords, and here, since we are focused on digitalization, you will search, for example, on e-commerce, for example, and see which of these villages do have e-commerce, and then you will basically get a number of digital villages that have e-commerce as one of their features. Here we have Mongolia, Vietnam, and China, and others. Then you can, so there's a whole list of keywords related to digitalization, but also crop farming and other key activities that describe the village and the story behind it. So for example, if we do smart farming, just to give an example, you will then basically identify the villages that falls under that category, and then you can explore. We will go into an example in a moment. So just give you a tour of the search. We also have the location. For now, we have about 10 countries represented, and the number will grow. These are the countries with which we are doing field work related to DVI currently in our region. So, for example, if we go to Thailand, where we have an active program and we want to know the digital villages that we are currently evaluating, assessing in Thailand, you will find these, and then you can go to each one of them. For example, you click on the village. So what do you find when you click on the page? There is a sort of a metadata that describes succinctly what the village is about. First, a short story about the type of activities, the beneficiaries, the technologies that are being looked at. And then we go into the type of FAO support for that village. And we have a number of taglines for this. Either the village is being subject to an ecosystem assessment, or the village itself is going through a pilot development plan, or some other interventions like capacity development or other supports. That's listed. Then we also list what we call the DVI stage. So each village has a stage. In our understanding framework, we have divided all villages into 4 stages: the emerging, developing, advanced, and smart villages. The emerging is when you have basically the infrastructure, but there are no applications that are being introduced yet. Developing is when you have pilot interventions or innovations that are at the pilot stage. Then advanced is when they move beyond the pilot stage and they are actually at the commercial level. And then smart farming is quite advanced. So we will illustrate one case at a time. Just to complete basically the type of metadata for each of these villages as a starting point, we have the type of innovations that we are focusing on, who are the developers behind these innovations, and who are the beneficiaries, the primary beneficiaries that are, and then what are the related programs or initiatives, including from FAO, but also from others, and other links. So that's the structure. So if you go back to the main page, and I will do just a couple more searches before we move to the other pages. So this one here, we have 4 stages for all these villages that we are documenting: advanced, developing, emerging, and smart. So let's look at advanced digital villages. Okay, no, I think because I have, okay, let me, advanced. So here are the advanced villages. So what do we call advanced? A village in which we have innovations that have already passed the pilot stage, they are in the commercial stage, and they need to have a further development, scaling up or deepening. So let's go, for example, to this village in Indonesia, which you will hear about later on through a story in the second part of this segment. This village, which is a catfish community that use this technology, which is an automatic feeder fed by IoT, and farmers then improve their efficiency with this new technology. This is so successful that is now being adopted by an increasing number of villages. So it reached a commercial stage. Then we just one more search, and then we move. For example, here we have developing villages. These are the ones where we have pilot interventions, but they are still at the pilot stage and they're not yet commercial. The Ban Mae, for example, in Thailand, this is a village in which a community of farmers have introduced a drone, which is the future tractor of agriculture, and they're developing a business model of how to implement it for rice and vegetable production. And we have a story on that later on in the program. So that's the page for the digital village profiles. You can look at it, explore it, and then give us feedback or even provide some additional information on these villages through links or additional other. Then we move to the next step, which is tools, publications, videos, and news. The tools are basically the tools for supporting digitalization. And this morning I gave a presentation on one of the tools that we have developed and currently piloting on the DVI, which is the Digital Village Ecosystem Assessment Tool that we are currently implementing or testing over 100 villages, as was mentioned, in 10 countries. And we hope to have all the data and the information completed this summer for a validation of the program, but also for lessons learned. These are the countries and the location of villages where this tool is implemented. And then we have a few examples, further, more detail about this tool and how it's implemented in various countries. This page will be, of course, added. Now, there are many other tools we can add. There is, of course, the e-agriculture strategy that FAO has been using for many years to help countries develop their agricultural strategy. That's a tool, and many others that we can also add to this page. That's a tool base. Then we can go to, obviously, publication is an important source of sharing information. Publication on digitalization, publication on models and approaches from FAO, but also from other partners. And this is the home for it. And our focus is that anything that is relevant to digitalization in support of rural and agri-food transformation will fit into this. And we are expanding the knowledge base here, including our most recent publications on the digital agriculture. And then we have the videos, which basically tell actual stories, and you will hear quite a few interesting examples after these short interventions. The videos related to DVI in particular villages with particular beneficiaries and particular technologies, and we look at those in a minute. And of course, there is a news line for anything related to digitalization in the region and around the globe, including upcoming events, as in the World Food Forum, for example, in 2022, or the G20 webinar on digital agriculture soon. So this is the news. Now, the country briefs is under development. So this is where we get a little bit more information from each of the countries where DVI is taking place. So we won't have time to describe it, but you will see the examples following this short presentation. But I want to conclude with the exchange, which is basically, it's not just about asking for feedback and input, but really engage in a two-way discussion about what is presented, but what could also be added, and what are some of the lessons for digitalization or digital village experiences that are happening elsewhere that we can learn about. And that fruitful exchange will be critical to not only enriching this page and this platform, but also to offer new opportunities for collaboration and for partnership. So with that, I will conclude my quick tour and hand over back to Mr. Kim to take us to really an interesting virtual tour virtually around the world for many, many cases on a country-by-country basis. Over to you, Mr. Kim.
Thank you very much, Aziz, for walking through this new platform on Digital Village Initiative. As you can see, this is work in progress. We very much look forward to your further inputs, suggestions to further grow of this new platform. Now, let's go around the region and around the world. Let's start with this region. We have 4 countries, 2 initiatives. Let me start with Bob. Bangladesh is the FAO representative. Bob, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim, ADG in the regional office, our Director General who's with us today, Your Excellencies, ministers online, colleagues, and participants. A very good afternoon, good morning, good evening to you. My name is Robert Simpson. I'm the FAO representative in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, FAO is working with the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Technology and the Ministry of Agriculture to develop a national digital agriculture strategy with particular focus on infrastructure that promotes access to information, markets, and business support services. And to these ends, I appreciate His Excellency Dr. Razak, Minister of Agriculture, his remarks in the previous session that outlined this quite well. At the grassroots level, FAO works with the Department of Agriculture Extension under the Ministry of Agriculture to narrow the rural-urban digital divide. Nearly 60 digital villages established by FAO and the Department of Agriculture Extension are now up and running in Bangladesh, with about 40% are managed by female farmer producer organizations, with a strong emphasis on youth engagement. An important part of FAO's work is to help farmer producer organizations and of course their members improve their digital literacy and make use of technologies that resolve daily challenges. FAO provides training together with the help of local digital village center operators who help producer organization members access information about online marketing platforms, digital extension services, and critical weather forecasts, as well as business services. In this short video coming up, you will be able to see how digital technologies are improving the lives of farmers all over Bangladesh. Back to our control team and to see our video. Thank you, sir.
Bangladesh, the land of the Bengals, is a country with floodplains, mangroves, and overflowing rivers that define the country's landscape and make its people resilient to the constant exposure to floods, cyclones, and other natural shocks. Bangladesh depends heavily on agriculture, and over the last 5 decades, successive governments have enacted bold policies that have helped the country achieve exemplary progress. Within 3 decades, Bangladesh has managed to triple food production and strengthen marketing and distribution in key staple foods such as rice, wheat, jute, pulses, and fish, all critical to food security and improved diets. Bangladesh needs to improve agricultural productivity and market functioning and tackle increasing environmental challenges linked to climate change and disaster-related risks. Since 2016, the Bangladesh government has taken initiatives to promote digital agriculture and harness digital technologies in agri-food systems, including information technology, mechanization, market linkages, access to finance, and advanced farming techniques. As more farmers turn to digital tools such as phones, tablets, and laptops to solve everyday problems, opportunities to turn rural villages into digital hubs are opening up. FAO is working with the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology and the Ministry of Agriculture to develop a national digital agriculture strategy, with particular focus on infrastructure that promotes access to information, markets, and business support services. At the grassroots level, FAO works closely with farmers' organizations, as well as the Department of Agricultural Extension, to narrow the rural-urban digital divide, supporting the adoption of digital services in agriculture. One of these collaborations is with the Sera Bangla Krishak Society, a national network of farmers' organizations with more than 10,000 smallholder farmer members. Through the Missing Middle Initiative, in partnership with the Global Agriculture and Food Security Programme, FAO supported SBKS to establish 55 virtual call centres in villages across the country, half of which are run by women and youth. These centres are one-stop service delivery and knowledge-sharing hubs, run by trained farmers providing digital solutions for rural communities. Farmers are also able to use apps to detect crop diseases, check weather forecasts, and make financial payments. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the virtual call centres were critical in ensuring food supply when market connectivity was limited. Virtual call centre operators served as focal points for day-to-day farming business needs. Instead of going to the market in person to sell goods or purchase supplies, such as fertilizer or seeds, farmers called their virtual call centre operator to request what they need and have their products delivered safely. FAO has also trained farmers to use Rural Invest, an investment planning software enabling them to make informed investments in food value chains, from vegetables to dairy, livestock and fish. FAO also trained farmers to use FAO's Collect app to manage loans. The digital village service centres are just one of many possibilities to transform rural villages into digital hubs for the benefit of farmers and rural communities.
Thank you, Robert Simpson, our FAO representative of Bangladesh, for this very interesting story. I think it is very insightful to see that the farmers and community people transform this challenge of COVID into the opportunity for digital agriculture. Now, let me invite Rajendra Arya, FAO representative of Indonesia and Timor-Leste, to this initiative in Indonesia. Rajendra, over to you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Under the 1,000 Digital Village Initiatives in Indonesia, FAO is jointly working with the Technical University of Bogor, IPB, and analyzing and documenting successful digital village initiatives. We successfully mapped existing digital innovations that are already under implementation at the field level in Indonesia in various provinces. We carried out consultations with different relevant line ministries, local government authorities, agribusinesses, startup enterprises, farmers organizations, cooperatives, and NGOs, and realized that there are around 100 digital initiatives undertaken in more than 132 villages in different provinces across the country. West Java province appeared, interestingly, to be a very progressive province applying digitalization, and we found at least 28 villages benefiting from the digitalization program. I welcome all of you to watch this video from Indonesia and enjoy. I hope we'll have fruitful discussions later after we watch the case studies from different countries. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak.
The global pandemic has affected almost every aspect of our lives. Some of those worst affected were people living in rural areas. As part of our recovery efforts, in our attempts to build back better, leveraging the use of digital technology has proved to be an effective approach to assist rural communities affected by the pandemic. Through the Digital Villages Initiative launched by FAO, member nations are assessing the advantages of existing and potential digital villages, with a general goal to advance and improve agricultural production, nutrition, environment, and the lives of their citizens. In Indonesia, examples of existing digital implementation in fisheries and agriculture can be found in Indramayu and Ciwidey in West Java. Here in Indramayu, through the development of a local agricultural startup company, digitalization is applied through new feeder technology that is integrated with the internet to provide precise feeding measurements. This innovation in the fishery sector can help fishers become more productive and raise their incomes while also making their jobs a little easier.
Sebelum kita pakai digitalisasi tadi itu, pagi kita mesti ke kolam, siang kita mesti ke kolam ngasih makan ikan, sore mesti ke kolam. Sekarang sih enggak, cukup di rumah aja. Artinya bisa kita setting alat itu berapa jam sekali mesti kita kasih makan gitu kan. Lalu keluarnya pakan juga itu betul-betul terukur. Jadi mempermudah kita untuk mengevaluasi cara berbudidaya kita.
Alat ini memang lebih membantu ke masalah teknik budidayanya. Pemberian pakannya kita lebih akurat. Jadi banyak pakan yang nggak kececer kan gitu, lebih efektif, lebih efisien lah. Awal saya pakai cuma 2 unit, nah sekarang saya udah bertambah sampai 51 unit.
Ya, kalau dari pendapatan sudah otomatis sih, karena ada ketepatan di situ, akurasinya ada gitu, nggak seperti kita pakai tangan.
The benefits of using digital technology in fisheries can also be found in agriculture. We can see an example in Al-Ettifaq, an Islamic boarding school in Ciwidey, West Java. In this boarding school, the students not only study general subjects, but they also learn about agricultural production and distribution through their farms and cooperatives. By successfully integrating digital technology in agriculture and cooperatives, Al-Ettifaq has not only raised their production, but also become an example for others.
2020, vertigasi irigasi, penanaman secara tetes di lahan-lahan pertanian kita tambahkan dengan konsep digital, sehingga kebutuhan air jauh lebih hemat, bahkan bisa sampai 80-85% penghematan penggunaan air. Pasca penggunaan digitalisasi dan teknologi di sektor pertanian yang ada di Koperasi Pondok Pesantren Al-Ettifaq, secara umum peningkatan produktivitas itu bisa sampai 2 kali lipat dari biasanya dibandingkan tanpa mempergunakan digital. Di tengah pandemi, bukan hanya di sisi hulunya saja kita mengembangkan digital, tapi juga di sisi hilirnya.
We've seen how implementing digital technologies has resulted in positive outcomes. This would not have been possible without strong multi-level partnerships between stakeholders.
Pastinya kementerian sangat-sangat serius di dalam menerapkan digitalisasi pertanian. Dengan digitalisasi pertanian, ini akan mewujudkan suatu pertanian yang maju, mandiri, modern dengan melibatkan semua perangkat yang ada di Kementerian Pertanian, baik dari level pusat sampai dengan kecamatan.
In Indonesia, we are implementing this initiative at 2 levels. First, supporting the government in developing a new e-agricultural strategy to basically introduce digital innovations into the whole agricultural sector in the agri-food sector. And the second level is we are also trying to implement a component of this strategy at the local level, at the field level, through the Digital Village Initiative.
Digital agriculture can drive the transformation of agri-food systems necessary to eliminate hunger, reduce poverty, and build a better future for Indonesia.
Thank you. This is another very interesting story. I think this video clearly showcased the concrete benefit from digitalization and also the importance of the partnership. Thank you very much, Rajendra. Now, let me invite Nawarat to share with us the example of Thailand. Nawarat, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. Good afternoon, good morning to the Director General, Excellencies, and all distinguished guests. Welcome to the Digital Village Initiative in Thailand. Next slide, please. According to the country programming framework between FAO and Thailand, FAO will support the country to promote digital agriculture policy and solutions, equitable access to digital technologies, and innovative use of technology for rural transformation. In 2020, FAO did the survey and found that only 27% of farmers adopt farm digital applications. In 2021, the number increased to 40%. Anyhow, we're concerned about the quality of the digital application used, as only 6% of farmers use precision farming technology. From this information, we see the opportunity to increase the number of farmers who apply digital technology. We have collaborated with Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives, Digital Economy Promotion Agency or DEPA, and Kasetsart University to develop the DVI in Thailand. We have selected 10 pilot sites and start to do the assessment and the in-depth analysis in 3 pilot sites. The first one, an organic vegetable farm in Khong Song, Pathum Thani province. The second one, the rice farm in Ban Mai, Nonthaburi province. The third one is the durian farm in Nern 491 in Chumphon province. I would like to show you the video clip of our DVI work in these 3 villages. The video will show the key technologies used by the farmers, opportunities of farm digital adoption, and challenges faced by the farmers. Please enjoy watching. Thank you very much.
Thailand is one of the most advanced countries in the ASEAN region in terms of digital innovations for farming and rural communities. This has been made possible partly due to the Digital Economy Promotion Agency, which provides financial support to startup and digital innovation developers who target rural communities and non-farm applications. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and Kasetsart University are collaborating to advance digital innovations piloted in 10 villages across Thailand. One beneficiary is the Ban Mai Rice Center in Nonthaburi province that specializes in vegetable and rice production. Farmers have formed a community enterprise, and together they acquired a drone to spray their fields with fertilizers and chemicals. Since drones are very expensive, a single small-scale farmer cannot afford to purchase a drone unless they are part of a cooperative.
ที่นี่แรงงานเราหายากมากเพราะทำนาแล้วก็ทำสวนทำผักแปลงใหญ่กันด้วยแล้วแรงงานที่เราจะมาจ้างเรื่องเกี่ยวกับการฉีดยาเนี่ยหายากมากแล้วก็แพงต้นทุนเราก็เลยสูงก็เลยต้องคิดว่าจะเอาเทคโนโลยีอะไรที่จะมาทดแทนตรงนี้ได้ต้องใช้โดรนเนี่ยครับที่เป็นเทคโนโลยีที่ทันสมัยสุดแล้วตอนนี้สำหรับการเกษตรว่าเทคโนโลยีมันแม่นยำกว่าคน
Not only can drones save labor, time and money, they are also more accurate and efficient than manual spraying. For instance, when insecticide liquid runs out while spraying, drones can be refilled and returned to the exact same spot they left during spraying. In Pathum village, not far from Bangkok, digital innovations are making a real difference for people with physical disabilities. Researchers from Bangkok University have designed a greenhouse specially fitted for mobility-impaired people, which enables them to move around with their wheelchairs.
เมื่อก่อนเราใช้รถกันเองเดี๋ยวนี้มีระบบน้ำไม่ต้องเสียเวลามานั่งรถเราจะใช้ระบบมือถือรถก็ได้หรือตั้งระบบอัตโนมัติเลย
This smart greenhouse innovation is highly successful and has opened up new possibilities for the users who are expanding their horticulture skills as well as learning to market their vegetables. The Pathum Thani Smart Greenhouse has also become a learning center, so others in Thailand can learn about these innovations. Another digital innovation being trialled is the Cassette Track application that enables producers in village 491 in Chumphon province to trace their product along the supply chain. Durian farmers have a limited time to harvest their fruit in order to ensure a quality harvest and avoid unripe fruits. The Cassette Track traceability application helps farmers time their harvest. It has an automated record of good agricultural practices and provides marketing service connections along the supply chain. It also facilitates learning within the farmer group.
สำหรับการใช้ดิจิทัลทางการเกษตรของในหมู่บ้านนี่ก็ต้องยอมรับนะคะว่ามันยังเป็นกลุ่มเล็กๆของเราแต่เราก็เป็นกลุ่มนำร่องที่จะใช้ระบบเกษตรเทคเข้ามาบันทึกข้อมูลจากที่เราเคยบันทึกใส่สมุดบันทึกใส่กระดาษบ้างปฏิทินบ้างเราก็มาใช้ระบบเกษตรเทคเข้ามาบันทึก
This application helps farmers by ensuring better food safety and improved export opportunities, as QR codes can track the source of the production. This traceability technology is still in the pilot stage, with only 10% of the village producers using the application. It is hoped that with improved internet connections and fewer power outages, more users will adopt the technology. The adoption of new innovations takes time, while farmers wait to see how the early adopters are benefiting from the new technology. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations is working alongside their Thai partners to ensure that more villages have access to these innovations so that more farmers can benefit from these digital agricultural practices.
Thank you, Nawarat. Indeed, these are very interesting stories from Thailand. Indeed, the Digital Village initiative can be applied in the various areas and the sectors, also at the individual community level as well as cooperative levels. So this initiative is very flexible in its approach. Now, finally, in this region, let me invite Nara Lee, Assistant Representative of Liaison and Partnership Office, Republic of Korea, for sharing your interesting story. Over to you, Nara Lee.
Thank you, Assistant Director General. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to introduce digitalization of agri-food systems and rural areas of the Republic of Korea on behalf of FAO representative today. Next, please. The Republic of Korea, as one of the top pioneers, has supported digital services and innovations to food, agriculture, and rural areas by implementing basic plans measures, establishing smart villages and smart farm innovation valleys, and providing funding and training in collaboration between central and local governments, research institute, and the private sector. As a result, the digitalization has contributed to better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life of villagers. Since 2019, ROK government support on digitalization has been extended. As you can see from the slide, digitalization in rural areas supported by the relevant policy and programs covers the agri-food value chain as well as rural transformation. As mentioned by the ROK minister in his speech earlier today, 4 smart farm innovation valleys are established by the government to nurture young farmers to adopt smart farming technologies and develop feasible business models. And also ROK governments established pilot smart villages in 11 counties, along with 39 different types of services to provide tailored solutions using AI and big data to address the needs of villagers. FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea, with the strong support from the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, and the Rural Development Administration, along with other UN agencies, has been facilitating the transfer of Korean technologies and know-how on smart farming to support food systems transformation in developing countries. Casebooks and video clips are developed to share ROK's best practices. I'm very pleased to present one of the video clips today. I hope you enjoy watching the video.
농사를 짓기 전엔 11년간 IT 기업에서 근무를 했었습니다. 귀농 준비를 하며 우연히 ICT 온실 교육을 들었는데 매력적이다. 나도 해볼만 하겠다. 그렇게 생각한 게 ICT 온실의 시작이었던 것 같습니다.
신대륙을 발견한 느낌 같은 거였습니다. 왜냐하면 노지 과수에는 디지털 기술을 적용한 사례가 거의 없었거든요. 굉장히 기대도 있었는데 한편으로는 좀 두려움도 없었습니다. 워낙 할 것도 많았고 그리고 뭐부터 해야 될지도 사실 좀 막막한 부분이 있었습니다.
이걸 도입하면 진짜 편하겠다. 네, 그런 생각을 했습니다.
이게 앞으로 농업이 나아갈 길이다라고 생각을 했습니다. 경험에서 의존하는 농법에서 벗어나서 과학적인 농업을 할 수 있다는 것이 굉장히 혁신이라고 생각을 했습니다.
저는 오연동 벨로형 스마트팜 온실에서 ICT 환경 제어 장비를 활용해 대추방울 토마토를 기르고 있습니다. 제가 ICT 환경 제어 컴퓨터에 토마토가 가장 좋아하는 온도와 습도, CO2를 설정해 뒀는데요. 온실 내부에 설치된 센서를 통해 다양한 환경 정보가 실시간으로 측정되면 ICT 환경 제어 시스템은 자동으로 장비를 가동해 제가 설정해 두었던 조건이 되도록 합니다. 일사량과 누적광에 따라 토마토가 필요로 하는 양분을 양이끼가 양분과 지하수를 믹싱해 식물에게 직접 주게 되는데요. 배지와 배액의 무게를 통해 증산은 잘 되고 있는지 뿌리 상태는 어떤지 알 수 있습니다. 감이란 느낌이 아닌 정확한 데이터를 기반으로 작물을 재배하기 때문에 오랫동안 작물을 재배했던 분들의 재배 경험을 80에서 90% 이상 따라갈 수 있다는 것이 가장 큰 장점인 것 같습니다.
저희는 작년 봄에 추가로 신축사를 지으며 ICT 장비를 도입했는데요. 제 생각의 핵심 장비는 자동급이기입니다. 이 장비는 사료급이를 자동으로 제어하고 사료급이량이나 잔여량 등을 측정해 줍니다. 예전에 사람이 일일이 해야 했던 일들을 기계가 대신하면서 정확해졌고 노동력이 크게 줄었습니다. 또한 돈사 내부의 환경을 관리하는 시스템을 갖췄는데요. 계절에 상관없이 일정한 환경 조성을 함으로써 돼지들에게 일정한 생육 환경을 제공할 수 있는 것이 장점입니다. ICT 기기를 도입한 신축사의 수출화 성적이 훨씬 좋고 이유드 수도 1도 정도 높고 돼지 사산도 크게 줄었습니다.
저희는 2017년에 노지 포도에 다양한 ICT 기술을 도입을 했습니다. 스마트폰을 이용해서 농장을 제어하고 다양한 데이터를 확인할 수 있는 모바일 프로그램을 하나 만들었고요. 또 저희 기관은 각 농장의 환경 데이터를 취합해서 실시간으로 관제할 수 있는 그런 프로그램을 개발해서 운영 중에 있습니다. 화성 ICT 종합정보 시스템은요, 화성시의 기상을 정밀하게 관측해서 3일 이내의 기상 예측 데이터를 활용해서 화성시 미래 기상 지도를 만듭니다. 이것들을 각 농가 단위로 예측해서 병해충이나 기상 위험 발생 정보를 개별 농가별로 다 전송을 하고 있습니다. 일단 노지 과수에서도 과학적으로 센서 값에 의한 제어를 할 수가 있어서 굉장히 큰 성과 중에 하나라고 생각하고요. 또 지금 우리나라도 고령화가 되고 있지만 농촌은 훨씬 더 심각한 상황입니다. 농촌 고령화 대응해서 원격으로 밭을 제어할 수 있는 노동력 절감 효과도 두 번째로 가장 큰 효과 중에 하나라고 생각합니다.
저는 농사에 대한 아무런 지식이나 기반이 없는 상태에서 김제 스마트팜 혁신밸리 교육생으로 참여하게 됐는데요. 이론교육, 교육 실습, 경영 실습을 받은 뒤 현재는 임대온실에서 대추방울 토마토를 재배하고 있습니다. 이곳은 저같이 농업에 대한 접점이 없는 사람도 얼마든지 디지털 농업에 대해 마음껏 배우고 경험해 볼 수 있다는 점에서 매우 특별한 공간입니다. 이곳은 교육 이외에도 다양한 기술과 장비에 대한 실증이 계속되고 스마트팜의 농산업과 데이터들이 한자리에 모이는 거점이기 때문에 농업인으로서 도전을 준비하고 있는 청년으로서 최적의 장소라고 생각합니다.
저는 공공기관과 지자체, 연구기관, 관련 농가들이 활발히 교류하고 협업하며 끊임없이 배우고 연구하는 것이 정말 중요한 것 같다고 생각합니다.
디지털 농업이 더 이상 미래가 아닌 생생한 현재라는 생각이 듭니다. 미래를 열어나가는 청년 창농인으로서 책임감을 갖고 최선을 다하고 싶습니다.
Thank you, Nara, for this very interesting story. Korea, as we all know, is facing a rapid demographic change, particularly in rural community, rapid urbanization, as well as the increasing aged population. I think that those are kind of challenges the Korean government is facing, and this digitalization one of the way out, possibly to revitalize the rural communities. Also, we note with appreciation the commitment to share all those experiences in digital innovations with other countries. Of course, in this region, we have so many examples and very interesting stories to share with you. But because of time constraints, perhaps we have to stop sharing the experience in the region for now. But definitely, we'll share all those examples through this digital village initiative platform we have launched just now. And I would invite all of you to visit and take a look at those interesting stories. Now, let's turn over to other regions. As you know, the Digital Village Initiative, which was launched by the Director General, Dr. Chu Dong-yu 2 years ago. This is a corporate flagship initiative. So not only this region, Asia and Pacific, but other regions are making very good progress, and they have very
We lost the sound.
Yeah, we lost the sound. We cannot hear. No.
It seems,
yes, now it's working.
It seems to me that there is some technical glitch. I apologize for that. I don't know where I was interrupted, but just to repeat, I have to stop sharing the experience of this region, Asia and Pacific, mainly to manage time. But we have many other examples and interesting stories, which you can find in the Digital Village Initiative platform we have just presented. So I invite all of you to visit and have a look at those interesting stories of Digital Village Initiative in the region. Now I would like to move to other regions. Because Digital Village Initiative is a corporate flagship initiative launched by the Director General, Dr. Chu Dong-yu 2 years ago. Other regions like Asia and Pacific have made big progress, and they have very interesting stories to share with us. So without further ado, I would like to invite colleagues from other regions. Let me start with Latin America. A very interesting story from Ecuador. I would like to invite Mr. Agustin Zimmerman, a representative of Ecuador, to share with us your very interesting story. Over to you.
Greetings from Ecuador. We are very happy to share our work under the Digital Villages Initiative. Through this initiative, we have helped to promote transformation among different communities in the Amazonian region in Ecuador. Together with local producers, we are working on the implementation of digital technologies and information tools, contributing to generate productive alternatives based on rural tourism and the promotion of local products with cultural identity. In the next video, we will show you more of these innovative and transformative initiatives.
Entre la magnífica biodiversidad de la selva amazónica se encuentran los cantones de Tena, Archidona y Carlos Julio Arosemena en la provincia de Napo, en Ecuador. Estos centros poblados son el hogar de diversas organizaciones de productores, quienes sustentan su economía en el uso sostenible de los recursos naturales. El encanto de la oferta productiva de esta zona se basa en un sistema ancestral de producción agroforestal denominada chacra, que fomenta la conservación de la agrobiodiversidad de más de 100 especies de plantas.
Sobre de la chacra también es donde que nosotros enseñamos a nuestros hijos, porque nuestros abuelos, nuestros ancestros nos han dado sus dones, han dado sus rituales, que donde que nosotros podemos consumir, donde que nosotros podemos enseñar a nuestros nietos, a nuestros hijos, para que este producto ya no se termine.
El cacao, la vainilla, el jengibre y la guayusa son algunos de los productos agroalimentarios con valor agregado que las organizaciones quichuas Callari, Cuiñac y Satsayacu ofrecen en el mercado interno e internacional a través de procesos de certificación agroecológica y de garantía local. La evolución de la dinámica de los modelos productivos y la demanda del mercado han impulsado a que estas comunidades adapten sus formatos de comercialización a plataformas digitales, ampliando el alcance de la oferta de sus productos y servicios a consumidores responsables, conscientes e interesados en el cuidado del planeta.
Poder, claro, contar con el boom, claro, digital de las redes sociales, pero también poder llegar a contar con una página web propia que nos permita también comercializar con mayor alcance a diferentes partes, no solamente del país, sino del mundo también.
Esta oferta de productos y servicios agroalimentarios se complementa con la promoción del turismo ecológico.
Trata de impulsar lo que es conectividad en las zonas rurales y de promover emprendimientos diferentes para diversificar ingresos. El tema del turismo rural es un ejemplo que aquí en Napo se ha dado muy bien y que estamos trabajando para escalarlo.
Los visitantes pueden conocer a través de los paisajes naturales y productivos los rasgos culturales de las familias quichuas y la relación de sus medios de vida con la conservación de la naturaleza, lo que ha generado mayores ingresos para las familias, dinamizando estrategias innovadoras para garantizar y reconocer la calidad de su producción y así afrontar los retos de la reactivación económica con nuevos mecanismos financieros innovadores que facilitan la inversión y las alianzas público-privadas apoyadas por la cooperación internacional y el compromiso del gobierno nacional y local.
Se ha creado este fondo fiduciario que lo que busca es financiar precisamente, movilizar fondos y financiar emprendimientos para dar continuidad a los logros que se han alcanzado en el proyecto de Napo Buen Vivir y dar continuidad a lo que son proyectos de bioeconomía, conservación, sostenibilidad en la provincia de Napo.
Los productores y productoras de Napo han encontrado en la digitalización y la innovación una forma de fortalecer sus capacidades de liderazgo y posicionamiento de su trabajo en el Ecuador y a nivel mundial, así como contar con insumos de incidencia política para el acceso a incentivos, para el mejoramiento de las cadenas de valor y la diversificación de sus productos y servicios.
Thank you very much, Augustine. I hope you can hear me clearly. I think this is also a very interesting story.
No sound. We cannot hear.
This is another very interesting story. I think this is an excellent synergy between the indigenous knowledge and technology together with modern innovation and the digitalization. Augustine, do you hear me?
Sorry, we lost you.
Sorry again for technical glitch again. Even in this very modern era, we are experiencing some technical glitches. My apology again, but I want to thank Augustine. This is another very, very interesting story. First, this invaluable indigenous knowledge and technology to be transferred to the generation and generation, but together with modern technology and innovation, particularly digitalization, to support commercialization. I think this is a wonderful example for Digital Village initiative. So thank you very much for sharing this example. I know you have far more examples and interesting stories in your region, but I think I have to move to the next region, which is Africa. Now let me invite Ken Lohanto, Senior Digital Agriculture Specialist in the Regional Office of Africa, to introduce another story in Africa. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear ADG, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues. Good afternoon or good morning, wherever you are. It's a pleasure to join this very insightful session. My name is Ken Lohanto. I am the focal point for the Digital Village Initiative at the Regional Office for Africa. We started the DVI last year in the region. And as you can see in the slide, we have about 8 countries that are now implementing services, leveraging private sector services, but also FAO digital portfolio services, working around e-extension, climate smart agriculture, market access, etc. And we really hope to extend and expand what we are doing with the support of all partners. So I will have a video on Senegal, which will show you what we have started doing in Africa in that country, for example. So please play the video. I don't know if you have the video ready.
Please stop sharing the screen. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Digitizing agriculture in Senegal is aligned with the vision of the President of the Republic, Macky Sall, as part of Digital Senegal by 2025. In this context, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, decided to support Senegal technically and financially through the National Agency for Agricultural and Rural Advisory Services, first through the Project Agricultural Services and Digital Inclusion in Africa, SEIDA. In the continuity of the partnership with FAO, ANCIR is implementing another project named Digital Villages Initiative, DVI, in line with FAO's goal for digitizing 1,000 villages in the world. Senegal is testing the Digital Villages Initiative in 4 villages located in the Niayes area, a coastal strip that runs from Dakar to Saint-Louis, and in the Groundnut Basin that covers the western and central areas of Senegal. ANCR, a technical agency of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Equipment, implements the Digital Villages initiatives with the support of FAO experts.
The use of digital technology is changing all sectors of activity. To modernize agriculture, producers increasingly need data. This is a pilot activity. ANCAR is already working with young Senegalese startups. Everything is taken into account in this digitization, increasing production, productivity, protecting the environment, and we believe that this is the way to go.
The Digital Villages initiative in Senegal has made it possible, thanks to ANCAR and the FAO, to implement a certain number of digital applications for precision and modern agriculture. First of all, SEIDA platform allows sending text messages and mobile notifications to the producers with real-time information on seasonal forecasts, local weather, good agricultural and livestock rearing practices, information on market prices, health and nutrition is also shared. So far, the SEIDA platform has already enrolled 120,000 Senegalese producers, 32% of whom are women. Then, Italbi, which maps farms via satellite while providing information on fertilization, plant health, and water requirements. The information is then transmitted to the Agricultural Advice Services Unit for technical interpretation.
Tolbi brings its technology to help farmers know exactly the quantity of water needed, the quantity of fertilizers to use, and sends them alerts for the detection of diseases very early. So they are very enthusiastic about it, and this is part of increasing production and therefore their incomes.
The Digital Villages initiative also includes another important aspect in digitization, marketing with the Senluma platform, which allows the producers to create their online stores and set their prices without middlemen. Then this produce, already published online, benefits from advertising on social networks. Here after the harvest, when you go to sell at the market at 500 francs, the middlemen take the 250 or 200 francs. At 1,000 francs, you give them 250 francs, you pay 250 francs for transport, and you only have 500 francs. So we have almost nothing left. With this new technology, you do your bargaining from your farm. You don't have to go anywhere. If we agree on a price, you send him his goods, and you get your money back in full. So we can only be happy about that.
Thank you very much. So if you have any question, I'm available to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. This is almost a model case of digital village initiative. I think how digitalization in the rural community can help modernize rural communities, which is to produce more and enhance productivity and
develop e-commerce and help community people for better service. I think this is also very interesting story. I hope we can continue between RAF and RAP to exchange those good practices between us. Thank you very much. Now let me move to the next, which is our friends in Europe. My colleague Raymond Jayo is here. He is the regional program leader to introduce a very interesting story of digital village initiative case for Albania. Raymond, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. I'm really pleased to introduce the successful implemented Digital Village Initiative approach in Albania, a small country in Southeastern Europe with 2 million inhabitants, but almost 300,000 farmers. So the agriculture sector is really confronted with new challenges such as productivity of the small farm size, lately also, of course, the rise of input prices, limited access to markets and credits, climate change implications, and several other major issues. So in 2020, the Albanian government has launched its digital strategy to overcome the digital divide and to facilitate digitalization in all parts of the country, including the rural areas. In the meantime, internet users is increasing every year, and already 98% of the population has access to 4G. So there is a great potential for applying technologies in agriculture to modernize the sector in the country. And within this framework, the FAO office in Albania has started piloting Digital Village Initiative approach successfully. A key element for this, let's say, initiative approach was, of course, also that the government has established a national vision for the e-agriculture and had established a national strategy. So we are now scaling up the efforts with additional interventions by identifying other suitable areas for the DVI. And I would like to give the floor, in this case, to a short video which Daniela is putting together the experience in Albania. So Aziz or the colleagues, please go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Daniela Di Gianantonio, and I am the team leader for digital agriculture at the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, as well as the focal point for DVI in the region. Today, I'm here to share the experience of 3 villages of Albania that have piloted DVI approaches at the intersections of agrotourism and digitalization to advance income diversification. These villages are very special and have high endogenous potential for DVI. Belj is notorious for its quality of olive oil and vegetables, Korse for its tasty apples, Malazimade for its delicious cheese and dairy products. With DVI approaches, farmers and extensionists from these villages receive trainings on how to promote and add value to the local agriculture products, how to establish sustainable trading relationships, and how to apply innovative digital solutions for precision agriculture, pest management, and soil management. But to increase scalability of the trainings, those weren't only delivered on the field, but also on an online platform accessible from computers and smartphones. And the knowledge collected through this field work was beneficial also to advance work at national level. The legal framework on agritourism in Albania has been reviewed and a vision for e-agriculture established. Albania is now piloting our DVI readiness assessment tool to identify other villages that could successfully engage in a digital village transformation process. This tool is based on 17 criteria that look at the digital ecosystem, the strategic context, and the leadership and governance of a rural community to determine its maturity, its readiness for DVI. The next step for Albania will be to pilot also our regional village twinning approach, inspired by the EU town twinning. Village twinning means establishing strategic collaborations between villages to exchange knowledge, practices, and technologies. And we are planning to pilot village twinning with European existing smart villages. Several and Herzegovina. And we look forward to presenting you the results of this effort at the next event. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. Again, I hope the video has been played smoothly, but we have experienced again some technical glitch. My apology. But I think we heard a very interesting and insightful story from Reo, our colleagues in Europe. This idea of village twinning would be very, very interesting. And I think big potential to scale up in other regions, including this region. Actually, we have been using this idea of twinning of cities, communities, from decades ago, but in relation to digital village initiative, I think this will be an excellent idea to further explore to scale up the potential of this twinning. So thank you very much, Raymond, for another interesting story. Now, let me move to the last, but not the least, to move to our colleague from Near East, Nabil Asaf. He's the FAO representative for Jordan. I think he would share with us another interesting story. Nabil, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. ADG, Mr. Kim, honorable guest. Yes, absolutely. We still have 130 participants, but I will be very pleased to share with you our experience here in Jordan as a sample from Arani region. Mr. Abdel Hakim El-Waad, the regional representative and ADG, asked me to represent him in this event and to present our experience in Jordan. First of all, it is very important to know when you want to work in a country, you need to understand how your partners are equipped digitally. So that is the baseline if we want to work. And next slide, please. So I will talk about a few in Jordan, how the COVID-19 situation where the government of Jordan contacted the United Nations and recognized together the strong institutions and digitalization have played a major role in the management of the response to the crisis at all levels, from government permit, emission, public information, the QR code for entry into the government, social protection, cash transfer, and the most affected families. So based on this evidence, it was very clear that the COVID-19 situation has triggered a no return movement for digitalization in Jordan. And also the agriculture sector, of course, is part of it. So for our case, I'm going to present a little bit for digital applications that we developed together with the National Agriculture Research Center in Jordan, which is called NARC. and which is the first one is Ma'al Muzari', it means with the farmer, and the second will be the data repository system, and then an e-lab service mobile application, and the third and the fourth is the irrigation mobile application. Next, please. So for Ma'al Muzari', it is an older program that was here in Jordan, presented an extension program on radio, and there have been an extension person. So it is for his memory that was named Ma'al Muzari'. So everybody knows the late Mr. Mazen Al-Qubash. So this mobile application consists of different services that change depending on the GPS location detected by the user's device. The services are all kind of extension that might be needed, and the application contain information in the form of written text and audio recording. The content is available in Arabic, of course, because we need to reach farmers. And then the application does not require any procedure to enter or register. So there are no personal data that are collected, and downloadable version allows one to use it without access to internet. By the way, it's important to mention that in Jordan, more than 80% of the farmers there are equipped with smartphone, which makes our support easier. Next, please. And there is also the NARC, we developed the data repository system. So the system allows the tracking for and the procedure for approval of any project or any program until the end. So it is essentially for document associated with project, as well as videos, photos, books, brochures, scientific papers. So I'm not going to talk a lot about it, but maybe if we can go to the next slide in order to gain time. The e-lab service mobile application, this is also something very innovative here. The idea is that farmers can go in the field, can collect samples, let's say mainly soil, send them by pouch, by mail, whatever, to the National Agriculture Research Center. They can geo-reference the place where have sent that sample. They can get the result, and they can have also advisory service whenever needed from the specialists that are providing the solution. Next, please. And there is also the development of an irrigation mobile application for Jordan. We know that in RNE, our regional initiative is the water scarcity, and Jordan is the second poorest water in the world. So, which means that I think the average is like 80 cubic meter per inhabitant per year. And that's why every drop counts here in this region, and specifically in Jordan as well. So the objective was to develop this mobile application for Jordan. The objective also is to be efficient in water reduction and use, to increase the productivity, of course, in the production, and to have greater environmental protection and sustainability of use of the water through the sustainability. And as I mentioned, there is an important point, and now it is very relevant, which is the price of the fertilizers. So this application will help us not only to save water, but also save the fertilizers, which means the fertilizers that have now 5 times the price, the usual price, and especially the nitrate, and we cannot afford any loss or waste in this. So this is what I wanted to present. Next, please. Yeah, this is a very important experience here in Jordan that we have developed. It is through a NEO project here in Jordan. There is a kind of Jordan Integrated Agriculture Management Information System. So it covers all the regions, and it covers all level of farmers, from the small to medium and to big farmers in Jordan. The idea is to have a farmers registry. The idea is to get in contact with farmers, and we have added, in case of emergency, we never know that if any, a scheme for e-voucher in this farmers registry application. So the idea is that to have the maximum information about the farmers, to do the filtering and to do the intervention according to the statistics and according to the update that we will have. The government of Jordan adopted this, and they are developing furthermore. This application will go live in July, but not in June, next month. And this project was funded by the EU and implemented, as I mentioned, by FAO, but also it's very important to mention that we need the private sector, we need the developers, and the issue is that in Jordan, it was possible to do it because we have them in the market. But it is very important, this twinning that you have mentioned, Mr. Kim, as well as Raymond. We will be very glad to see how saving water can help in the region from technologies that we have seen in Korea, or if what we have seen also in Europe, or we have seen in Africa, that a transfer of knowledge and technology is very important, because sometimes you may have a resource and you have the tool to manage that resource somewhere else. And this is why FAO is the platform for such kind of synergy between countries. And I will leave you with a movie, a short animation regarding the Ma'al Muzara application. Over to you.
لتوفير منصة خدماتية فيها معلومات زراعية متاحة للجميع، بيقدم المركز الوطني للبحوث الزراعية بالأردن بالتعاون مع منظمة الأغذية والزراعة للأمم المتحدة تطبيق الهاتف الذكي مع المزارع. المركز الوطني للبحوث الزراعية. حمل التطبيق بسهولة من متجر جوجل بلاي على هاتفك الذكي، ومتوفر للتطبيق 5 محاور. تربية الحيوان، بيقدم توصيات للممارسات الجيدة في تربية المجترات والدواجن وتربية النحل، وكمان لمكافحة الأمراض وجداول المطاعيم. الطقس وتقويم المحاصيل، بيوفر معلومات عن تنبؤات الطقس ومواعيد الزراعة والحصاد، بالإضافة لنصائح لعمليات الخدمة مثل الري والتسميد لتحسين المنتج وزيادة الإنتاجية. الحصاد وما بعد الحصاد، بيقدم توصيات للمزارعين لعمليات الحصاد وما بعد الحصاد، مثل طرق التعبئة أو التخزين والنقل، بالإضافة لأمراض ما بعد الحصاد. الأسواق الزراعية، بيوفر أسعار السوق للمنتجات الزراعية مثل الخضار والفواكه في السوق المركزي. منتدى المزارعين، بيسمح للمزارعين بالتواصل مع بعضهم والتواصل مع الخبراء في المركز الوطني للبحوث الزراعية، نشر الأسئلة والصور والنصائح، وبأخذوا رد من مزارع ثاني أو إجابة من خبير معترف فيه. تتوفر المحتويات في نص مكتوب وفيديو وتسجيلات صوتية. بعد تحميل التطبيق تقدر تستعمله بدون إنترنت باستثناء الأسعار والطقس يلي بيتم تحديثهم بانتظام. لا تستنى وحمل تطبيق مع المزارع المركز الوطني للبحوث الزراعية على هاتفك الذكي وتجول في مواضيعه لخدمتك. يطلق هذا التطبيق منظمة الأغذية والزراعة للأمم المتحدة بالتعاون مع المركز الوطني للبحوث الزراعية في الأردن.
Thank you, Nabil. Very interesting story. Particularly, I'm impressed that already digitalization is in action in Jordan. This region, Asia and Pacific, is also very much interested in your experience in your region in Near East and North Africa in regard to water management. Particularly this application already developed and in use in Jordan for effective and efficient management of water resources. I think this is something we should share between and among regional offices. I'm very interested to learn from you. But thank you very much for a very interesting story. So we have heard all 4 interesting stories from other regions. So it gives me a great honor to conclude this session. And let me first thank you very much to each and everyone for your enthusiastic, informative, and very detailed presentation and sharing interesting stories and examples. I think we all learned a lot today. I would like to invite all of you to visit Digital Village Initiative platform we have launched today. And let's share and exchange our experiences and your experiences. And please provide your comments, suggestions on this platform. And we very much welcome your contribution and your inputs. We will share with you the website, the link information, as well as we'll respond to your comments, questions you have posted in writing. So thank you very much for your excellent participation. I know we ran over time, but I think it was. We had very, very interesting stories and very good discussions. And I want to thank ministers from Bangladesh, Indonesia, Mongolia, Republic of Korea, and Sama. Also our partners from ITU, ADB, and IFAD. Thank you very much. I want to thank all participants from different part of the world. Thank you. Have a nice day or evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Aziz. Thank you, supporting team. Well done. Even though we have some technical issues, but I think we managed it okay. But I do appreciate